Kalimera. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the GFCM and FEAP, I would like to welcome you to Athens and to our technical consultation on sustainable aquaculture practices. I'm Yorgos Paximadis. I'm a member of the GFCM aquaculture team. It's really good to see friends and colleagues and also new faces in the room, and we're really looking forward to this discussion, which is merely the start of a process in getting more input from the producers, from the sector itself, regarding everything that the GFCM does on the work plan. It's a very fruitful collaboration with Federation of European Aquaculture Producers, FEAP. And we would like to start and open today by inviting Dr. Alkis Tisparpoura, the Director General of Greece for Fisheries, to the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, on behalf of the Fisheries Directorate of the Greek Ministry of Rural Development and Food, I am pleased to welcome you to Athens and to open this technical consultation on sustainable aquaculture practices. This meeting brings together policymakers, producers, and scientists, creating an important platform for dialogue between policy, science, and aquaculture sector. We are confident in the ministry that the discussions over the next 2 days will provide valuable insights and practical outcomes for this sector. Aquaculture today represents a strategic sector for food security and economic development, particularly for coastal and rural communities. At European level, its development is closely linked to the Green Deal, the farm-to-fork strategy, and the transition towards the blue and circular economy. Our common challenge is to ensure that aquaculture continues to grow with respecting environmental limits and maintaining competitiveness, which is not such an easy target always. Within this framework, the ministry plays a central role in shaping national aquaculture policy, as well as contributing to the EU and to the Mediterranean Aquaculture Framework, the GFCM, who is organizing this meeting today. A key objective is accelerating the establishment of aquaculture spatial planning zones, ensuring legal certainty, and a clear operational framework for businesses. We have a lot of business people here, so this is something we need to discuss. At the same time, we are working to simplify licensing procedures, to reduce administrative burden and investment delays. We also promote innovation and technological upgrading through research programs and digital solutions that improve efficiency. One example could be algae cultivation, while reducing environmental impact. Environmental protection and high animal welfare standards remain fundamental principles for sector development. This is one of the topics that we are going to discuss further during this meeting. Key topics for the consultation: governance and spatial planning, environmental monitoring, animal health and welfare, climate adaptation and value chain efficiency, digitalization and artificial intelligence. This consultation provides an important opportunity to connect policy priorities with scientific expertise and field experience. And the field experience is already with us today here. Such exchanges are essential to support evidence-based and forward-looking policies. So allow me to conclude by encouraging all participants to engage actively and constructively in all the discussions. That's why we're here. Building a resilient and competitive aquaculture sector in the Mediterranean and in the Black Sea requires cooperation among all stakeholders, trust between policymakers, scientists, and producers, and continued political commitment. So I wish you productive discussions and successful consultations. Thank you very much for your attention. And I am here for further discussions later on, either during the program or on the side of it. Thank you very much.
Good morning. It's a real pleasure to be with you today in this fantastic event where we have farmers, researchers, administration, all the stakeholders for this consultation. It's an important, I think, message that I will try to translate in this presentation, how we can work together. This is the main message. But first, I will present myself. So my name is Hussam Hamza. I'm the aquaculture officer and head of the aquaculture team in the GFCM. And when I started working in the GFCM and discussing with different colleagues, partners, the aim was the same. The objective was the same. How we can feed the world. This is our role. Okay. Thank you, Catherine. So to feed the world, just let's come back to our objective. We need to increase by 2050 our supply by 22%. Could we do it only with fisheries? It's impossible. So we need aquaculture. Aquaculture is not only an opportunity, as it was, it became an obligation to feed the world. And for sure, we are speaking about sustainable aquaculture. I hope that is work. Oh no.
Yes.
Oh, this. Okay. So could the administration do it alone? The answer is no. Could the researcher do it alone? No. Farmers alone? No. NGOs, other stakeholders? No. So what we can do together is to work together hand in hand. This is the concept of FAO. And it's not only the role of RFMO to do that, but it starts from the local community. And I remember, where is Javier? Yes, Javier, you remember our workshop last year in Spain? We started from local communities, how we can support farmers to be not only accepted in this food production landscape, but to play an active role and to be recognized as food producers. So this is our role at GFCM at regional level. Our mandate is to develop sustainable fisheries and aquaculture, but we are one of the rare RFMO with mandate in aquaculture. What's mean mandate in aquaculture? I mean we are adopting banding recommendation, a resolution, we are providing advices to develop the sector, and it's engaged all our member states. We have 24 contracting parties, including European Union. So European Union is also member of the GFCM, and we have 5 cooperating non-contracting parties. And this year we have Ukraine. Ukraine joined as contracting party. So congratulations, Tatiana. I spoke about the mandate. So let's explain it better what is the mandate of the GFCM. Our mandate, as I said, is to work on fisheries and aquaculture. So there is no separation between sector, there is complementarity. This is also an important message that I want to underline. And we have 5 targets in the new strategy. This new strategy adopted in 2021 was adopted by the GFCM. When I say GFCM, it means the member countries, not the GFCM Secretariat, not me and Roberto and Yorgo. No, this is you, the countries. This is also an important message. So there is a responsibility in implementing this strategy for all the member state. Aquaculture is in the target 3, and we have 4 outputs. So we are working on responsible investment, we are working on environment, we are working on social acceptability of the sector, and for sure technology. And we dedicated this in this session, in this event, a dedicated session for AI and technology that Lars will lead tomorrow. So just to know the faces, we are the GFCM Secretariat. We have an executive secretary. We have different teams, aquaculture, fisheries, compliance, and we have also, for sure, a support of horizontal teams like knowledge management, data information, and for sure the administration and liaison. So this is the GFCM Secretariat, and GFCM is you. We are adopting, as you may know, sub-regional approach. We have different sub-regions and different technical units covering mainly fisheries. For aquaculture, the approach is more or less the same. We have aquaculture demonstration center. One of them is here in Greece and hosted by SCMR. So thank you again for the support provided. Now about the GFCM and its statutory body. We have different statutory body because when we provide advices to the countries, it follows certain approach, which is consultation, data gathering, etc., etc. We have one for compliance, one for fisheries, and for sure one for aquaculture. How the one of aquaculture is functioning? Look to this complicated graph. We are implementing it on the field. We start with the data. We have blocks for data. When I say data, I mean production center, and market data. We have the technical one, which is the TAG, and they are attending today. And then we have the ADC for capacity building, the Aquaculture Demonstration Center. To make this graph easier to understand, we move to the next slide. The CPAM. This is the oldest network of data in our region dedicated to aquaculture. And this database network was modernized, and this is one of the unique one because we have national focal point for each member countries. So we are not estimating the aquaculture production. Countries are submitting and validating their own data. There is no approximation, no estimation. You submit your data, and only one person can do it at the national focal point of the country with a clear term of reference. We also work with new tools for analytical tools where you are using new technology to provide the country support on how to improve the data transmission, data collection, and the data use. There's also the role of this network. And this year we are modernizing also the system. So we'll share with you more information if you want. Now we have also another arm of the CAC, which is the ADC. So the Aquaculture Demonstration Center, we have 7. And they meet the needs of the country. So we are tailoring the training according to the needs of the countries. We started first in the Black Sea because the aim was to support the Black Sea in aquaculture. We start with Romania in Constanta. Catalin, you know very well this center. Then another one also in Turkey, in Trabzon, in Karadeniz. So we have the coordinators also here, Mr. Mohammed Dugan. And we extended to the Mediterranean with Egypt, with Tunisia, with also soon last year we started with La Rapita, with the Restorative Aquaculture Center to promote restorative aquaculture and to work on guidelines. So we are improving this network and feeding this network with the expert and expertise within the GFCM and outside the GFCM regions. Then we have the tags, and I think the tags come from the new modernization of the GFCM and the CAC. They are experts. We have 400 experts now involved in our work, and the idea among the CACs is to have not only experts from administration, like in the working group, but it's also to bring experts from the private sector, from research, from different stakeholders and with different backgrounds. And the aim is to implement advices, to give advices to the countries to improve the sustainability of the sector. So we are not starting from a vision of the Secretariat. We are starting with the vision of the GFCM, of the member states. So we collect the needs, then we align these needs with the strategy, then we work on a participatory approach like today, and then we start the implementation with field mission, et cetera, and field with pilot within our CPCs. So what is an advice? And this is your role today, is to think advice-oriented, is clear decision-making element that you are providing to our member state to go to this direction or another. This is the most important. So your role is today is to brainstorm. It's a family gathering. It's not a statutory meeting. This is a family gathering to discuss about priorities and how we can meet the needs of our members. This is more or less what is expected today. Feel free to participate, to give your personal opinion regarding this or this point, but also by the end of the day, if you need to contribute to a survey or to a guidelines, your contribution is more than welcome. In conclusion, so GFCM is a science-based decision-making. We start with science, and when we spoke about science, about experience, the experience from the field, the experience from the farmers is a pillar, is important to have a clearly implemented advices or a resolution. The CAC, the Scientific Committee of Aquaculture, is also an important tool that promotes the sustainable development of aquaculture, but it will feed also the objective of the strategy. This is our vision of the regional cooperation. It's a cooperation that is anchored in the consultation, in a participatory approach, and then the TAG Technical Advisory Group, participating here today, either online or in person, are asked, and in particular the coordinator of the TAGs, to really take advantage of this meeting today to build a network of experts who want to participate and to contribute to the work of the GFCM. And before closing and before saying goodbye, let me thank the FEAP team. They are partners, not partner of today or yesterday. They are partner of the GFCM, and we want to continue working with them because we reached several milestones together, and we want to continue. So thank you again, and special thanks to Greece for hosting also this event, to HAPO, also the Director General and the General Directorate of Fisheries and Aquaculture. It's always important and important message also for the GFCM to count on your support and commitment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Usam. Okay, I am Javier Ojeda. I'm Secretary General in the FEAP, the Federation of European Aquaculture Producers, and we have been working for many years now with GFCM. We fully understand the value of this cooperation, and this is because in FEAP our members are the national associations of aquaculture of all. I mean, the majority of European countries, and especially because the members of our members are the farmers themselves, and those are the ones for which we work, just like for society as a whole. One of them is HAPO here from Greece, that I thank them very much for helping us to organize and have this meeting here in one of the hotspots of the main places of aquaculture throughout Europe and the world. But yes, the importance of this relation with GFCM is very valuable for us. We've seen it for many years, and although we've been doing many things after all these years, each meeting we organize like this one is a very solid stepping stone. They are moments in which the cooperation and the trust, like Ms. Parpura mentioned before, the trust, the cooperation are very important, because by now we all understand that we have many common challenges throughout the Mediterranean. Common challenges on, let me put it this way, in pre-competitive matters, are topics in which we all gain if we work together. Certainly afterwards, after these pre-competitive fields of work, companies have to compete between themselves. They have to remain on the toes and be very, very competitive with their neighbors, just with fish arriving from the other side of the world. But when we discuss on better governance, or we discuss on spatial planning or social acceptance that we've seen very clearly how limiting it is for us, or fish health or environmental matters. On these, we can gain a lot all together if we work together. So yeah, this is a meeting aiming that same direction. It's very important for GFCM, for us, and for the Greek government, and for all the governments, and for all of us. So I hope we have a very successful 2 days of work. At the same time, please enjoy each of these meetings. It's a moment in which we meet people that at the end of the day are our family, our broad family. For some of us, old friends, because we've been many years around, but also for young people. And we see it, for example, on new organizations like NOAA, young people starting, understanding each other, working together, and starting what will be a very long-lasting friendship and working cooperation. So that's all I wanted to say on our side from FEAP. So I'm going to give the floor to start the first session with Mr. Philippos Papageorgiou, in which we will discuss about governance, sustainable investment, and workers' safety. So welcome. Philippos is ready to point out.
Start pointing fingers. Kalimera, good morning. It's a great pleasure to be among old colleagues and forever friends. I'm going to be discussing the work that we have been doing with GFCM over the past probably 5-6 years on principles for responsible investment and how these can apply to the industry and help the industry further grow in a different pattern, in a financially viable but also socially beneficial pattern. Yep. Okay. So we started working on these principles for responsible investment back in 2019, really, and about 2 years back we managed to reach a resolution where we have the principles laid out. These are 10 principles where we explain every topic. Every principle has special sub-guidelines within that. I'll give you a brief what these principles are. We call them sometimes PRIAC, Principles for Responsible Investment in Aquaculture. They are part of the GFCM Strategic Output 3.1, as Hussam said, which is about efficient governance promoted in support of responsible investment. And that is part of the GFCM 2030 strategy, specifically to the pillar that refers to aquaculture, which is about building sustainable and resilient aquaculture in a sector growing to its full potential. All that is part of the FAO's Blue Transformation Strategy, and of course, it's part of the FAO's Strategic Framework 2022-2031. All that, again, is part of Agenda 2030, UN Agenda 2030, and the Sustainable Development Goals. So what we're trying to do is, from bottom down, we try to help all the objectives of the FAO and the UN. The purpose of these principles is for these to act as a toolbox for national and international development organizations and financial institutions so that these can better design and provide much more development finance to the industry. And the strategic objective is literally to manage to attract the necessary private capital. We need private capital investment to build the industry. We cannot develop the industry solely on public investment, but we need to do it in a way where we increase also the societal dividend of aquaculture. We can create a paradigm of an example of a new corporate ethos for the wider food industry, and we have the tools and the opportunity to do so through aquaculture. Specific objectives of these principles are to reduce the risk to the environment, of course, to reduce risk to investors, to reduce the risk of misallocating funds from private or public sources, to attract responsible and much more impactful investment through inclusive and innovative finance, and to increase, as I said, the positive impact to the wider society. Who are these for? Initially, they're intended for the GFCM's cooperating parties, contracting parties. These are the primary users of these principles, but they have been designed to provide guidance to all providers of finance for the industry in a much more targeted, much more inclusive way. By nature of the GFCM, these are voluntary, but all stakeholders who are included, who are involved in aquaculture or are affected by aquaculture investment can benefit by using these guidelines. I'm not going to go to the detail of all these lists, but it literally is everyone who is involved in aquaculture can benefit by consulting and following these guidelines. It was a long process. We started 2019. We had a number of workshops. We had lots of consultations. We literally took into our mind all the relevant documents from international organizations, and we came up with what is needed for the industry in the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. In principle, the principles have three dimensions: the environmental, social, and governance aspects. And there are 10 in number, starting with adequate planning and effective public governance. And I will be talking a bit more on that since we're talking about governance. It's about biodiversity conservation and sustainable management of natural resources. It's about climate resilience and adaptation, equal opportunities and decent employment, gender equality and women empowerment, capacity and skill development, transparency and accountability, stakeholder engagement and community involvement, which is very important. And last is the adaptive management and better aquaculture practice. So we have these 10 overarching principles, and then we have specific guidelines within each one of these. I'm going to be spending some time to elaborate on two of these, on public governance and on equal opportunities and decent employment. I'm going to start with the first one, because it's very important to have enabling legal and administrative frameworks for the support of responsible investment. Actually, the first principle, which is planning, adequate planning and effective public governance, that refers mainly to states, to competent authorities. It's the minimum that competent authorities, government authorities, have to provide to the industry in order to have impactful and financially viable investments. Through these guidelines, what we aim to is to minimize transaction costs by providing clear guidelines, reducing the bureaucratic hurdles, and facilitating investment decisions and implementation processes. Of course, they can also act as safeguarding mechanisms to prevent resource misallocation. So in all principles, we start with an opening paragraph, and then within the context of that paragraph, we go into much more detail. In this case, we're asking that the state, we're suggesting that the state, in collaboration with relevant industry stakeholders and financing bodies, where necessary, they shall ensure effective, efficient, and accountable national authorities and public services for aquaculture. They have to provide investor access to space, resources, and essential public infrastructure. They have to provide transparent financial mechanisms which support the sector development, targeting mainly SMEs, to promote gender equality, youth empowerment, by updating policies and removing any discriminatory measures, to develop and enforce a national code of responsible aquaculture when one is not present, and to remove and to have these aligned with ESG guidelines, to establish reliable systems for regular monitoring and reporting of ecological, social, and economic data for the sector. And we continue, and they have to identify, this is very important, identify and remove regulatory, financing, and governance barriers by adopting multi-annual national strategic plans, which is something that we do have at least at the EU level, countries or member states, to implement clear national spatial plans with zoning based on ecosystem capacity. This is an issue that probably needs a lot of discussing. In Greece, we have a very, very good and elaborate spatial plan, which unfortunately has not been fully implemented, and that creates a problem for the sector's development. We need to have to establish transparent EIA and EMP process based on precautionary principles to contribute to regional climate change adaptation planning of aquaculture, to formalize aquatic animal health strategies, to improve coordination among authorities to avoid overlapping or conflicting regulations, to ensure transparent participatory review and consultation mechanisms for planning, licensing, and oversight, to support inclusive networks and dialogue platforms across sectors and stakeholders groups, establish competition oversight where market concentration may harm the sector's growth or consumers, to create financial assistance and incentive schemes for responsible investment by prioritizing on SMEs, on women, youth, and vulnerable groups, on focus on low trophic species where this is possible, to focus on innovative and integrated production systems, again, when this is appropriate and possible, and to focus on technologies reducing environmental impact and technologies that increase the social benefit. And last on this first principle is to work with financial institutions to develop partners that expand exclusive innovative financial services for responsible aquaculture investment. And then we move to principle number four, which is equal opportunities and decent employment, which is part of today's discussion. Investments have to ensure that they provide equal, non-discriminatory employment by promoting an inclusive workforce culture, by enforcing strict anti-discrimination and anti-harassment policies, by prohibiting, of course, child labor and forced labor across all operations and supply chains, complying with international and national labor standards on wages, hours, safety and workers' rights, and to ensure fair wages and benefits by paying living wages aligned with skills and with the cost of living, which is very, very important, and offering benefits of such as health insurance and paid leave or pensions. And we need to remember that we need to include all these guidelines and principles and have ethical recruitment, equal pay, equal advancement opportunities and response processes for migrant workers, which in many cases is a significant part of the workforce in the farms. In the same context, we need to guarantee safe and healthy working conditions by investing in appropriate infrastructure and equipment, by implementing hazard prevention protocols, by providing health and safety training to the people that work in the farms, ensuring humane working hours, addressing gender-specific workplace concerns, and support workers' rights to organize by enabling them to have trade unions and collective bargaining, ensuring workers have a meaningful voice for management decisions, and that they have grievance mechanisms that protect them from retaliation. I'm about to close, but there's one more principle which I think is related to welfare, and this is capacity and skill development. It's not just about keeping the physical welfare of workers, but we need to give them something to look forward to. We need to improve their mental welfare, and we can do that by continuous capacity and skill development. Excuse me. So the idea of this principle is to help them, help the people that work in the industry to adapt rapidly to the advanced and disruptive technologies that the industry is adopting. And we can do that by providing support and education and internships on the job training to build the necessary skills all across the aquaculture value chain. And we have to give priority to local communities, to women, youth, and marginalized groups. We need to have companies and investments that focus on continuous capacity development for their existing workforce and promote leadership, business, and financial management skill development, and to support initiatives that strengthen leadership and decision-making roles from within the workforce, and especially for women, youth, and marginalized groups. And with that, I'm going to close and move to what we envisage as the next step for the application of these guidelines, for the implementation of these guidelines. We need to develop a booklet, guidelines for responsible investment in aquaculture, the same way that we have these different guidelines that GFCM has published over the years with very, very good and valuable work in it. Indicatively, these booklet would have the scope and objective of the principles, how these align with Agenda 2030 and the FAO strategic goals, what is the nature of the principles, who are the intended users, and then, of course, we go in great detail, because what you saw is a very quick brief of of just 3 principles. So we have to elaborate on these 10 principles, propose, of course, the mechanisms and the necessary tools to support and to enhance the application of these principles. And most importantly, what we need in these guidelines is your assistance so we can identify successful case studies. We might not have investments that comply with everything, but we need to identify within the countries and within the companies that operate in the industry, we need to identify the ones that are very close into fully complying with the guidelines of any of these principles. So at the end, we need to have a good example where we have companies with very good transparency and accountability, or a good example where we have a company that focuses on capacity and skill development, or a company that promotes gender equality and women empowerment, or even government competent authorities examples where adequate planning and effective public governance is at a level that we can promote it as a good example. And I'm not going to take more time. Thank you very much. And I'm going to start asking the next speakers, please, to come. So I'm going to start with Mr. Stelios Londios of Aquamix. Stelios is a sustainability and investment expert at Aquamix. It's a consultancy active in the agri-food and blue economy sector. And his work focuses on strategic investment, ESG frameworks, responsible finance, and the alignment of private capital with sustainability objectives, including the relationship between ESG criteria and the Sustainable Development Goal. Stelios, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you to FEAP for the invitation. When we speak about governance and responsible investment in aquaculture, for me, we are speaking about risk, resilience, and long-term viability. So that's the angle that I'm basing my contribution here. And as Philippos explained, it will be about the ESG criteria, how they link to the UN's SDG goals, how the ESG criteria can trigger, generate, secure investments, funding, and the importance of the new technologies that we all talk about for this ESG criteria. And at the end, the importance also of synergies, cooperations, and strategic investors. To start with, yes, I don't have a presentation, but I assume that my contribution will be shared afterwards in detail. So whatever is not going to be clear by me talking, it will be in written shared with you. So the first point, the environmental, social, and governance criteria. That's not something abstract in aquaculture. When we talk about environment, we talk about or we question ourselves how how we manage environment, how we manage the water quality, how we manage emissions, how we manage our feed supply and sources. When we talk about social criteria, then we talk about how the fish are treated in terms of animal welfare, and definitely also what about the safety of the people involved. And when we talk about governance, of course, we think about regulatory compliance, we talk about transparency, traceability, and of course, how we measure and record that. So ESG criteria, it's definitely not a list to tick on. It is not an abstract framework. It is a way to reduce uncertainty, anticipate risk, and of course, build resilient operations. Now, I said that there is a link between the ESG criteria and the UN's SDGs. There is for aquaculture a direct link for that, where, for example, environmental criteria are directly linked with, for example, SDG 13, which is climate action, and SDG 14, which is life below water. When we talk about social criteria, then of course that includes animal welfare and people welfare and safety, and that is directly linked with SDG 2, zero hunger, and SDG 3, good health and well-being. And when we talk about governance, also for aquaculture, there is a direct link with SDG 16, strong institutions, and 17, which is partnerships. So what I would like you to keep from this is that the SDGs is the goals, is the direction, is the targets. That's where we all have to look at. And the ESGs are the hows, how we are going to be there, how we are going to get there, how we are going to measure our development and the results of our actions. This logic and this connection between ESG criteria and SDG goals is definitely, how can I say, embedded inside the EU policy and the funding frameworks. So that brings us to funding. That brings us to that super word, investors, capital, et cetera, So the capital, the investors, is examining nowadays more the long-term viability of something. Short-term performance is getting less important. At the same time, investors are not really or not only looking anymore at those fantastic coefficients and ratios and calculating financial indicators, but they are also looking at what we said earlier, the ESG criteria, because those are directly working on risk, resilience, long-term viability. These are keywords for the investor world. So when we work on ESG criteria and we improve their performance, that attracts the attention because that lowers the risks. ESG strong performance lowers the risks. If these risks are regulatory or operational or financial or reputational, all these risks are tackled and are reduced. Then the light goes on at the investors. They want to see this reduction. They want to see some more control. And at the same time, they will then start looking at the possibilities that they have, the investors, I mean. So working on the ESG performance means that we attract attention. We attract attention from green bank loans. We attract attention from funding institutions, from venture capitalists. We attract the attention, of course, of EU funding, of all the institutions and the blue economy. So I would like you to keep also this, that when we talk about ESG performance, it means that we should not see it as a cost. We should see it as an investment. And that is a condition to attract more investments. Now, the following point is, what is the role of these new technologies that I mentioned in the beginning? So we all realize that what I call the younger generation that will take over from us, more mature generation in aquaculture. So the younger generation that is knocking on the door of aquaculture has fantastic, bright ideas, and they are with so many. So we have fantastic brains that bring solutions to long-lasting problems that we have in aquaculture. We have new technologies that we have to embrace, because embracing these new technologies automatically will give us a better performance on the ESG criteria. So look at it like this, that you buy an improvement of performance for your company by investing or co-investing in the new technologies. And when I talk about new technologies, what I mean is, okay, we all talk about AI, to give some examples, AI cameras and software programs that will improve feeding efficiency, for example. We can talk about new technologies that take byproducts of agriculture or waste of agriculture and will transform what we call sustainable new ingredients that we can use in the feed. We talk about traceability and data platforms, about all these kind of environmental monitoring and reporting tools. We talk about technologies related to welfare enhancement, like, for example, the humane stunning of the fish. So all these technologies, they improve efficiency, they reduce environmental impact, they strengthen the animal welfare, they improve the worker safety and generate the data that investors are expecting. So for the producers, we will have a more competitive environment. That means further growth and viability and compliance, of course. And for the investors, we'll have the signal lights to come forward with capital. Last point, strategic investors, synergies, and social license. What I want to say here is that not all the capital is the same. I am choosing always strategic investments. Why strategic investments? Of course, because they will bring with it financing and expertise and technology and market access, et cetera, et cetera. But above all, Strategic investments bring understanding. You don't have to explain many things. And long-term alignment. And that's for me very, very important. That's what my experience tells me. So at the same time, aquaculture benefits and will benefit more, I am sure of that, with the switch from competition to synergies. We are getting into a more synergetic environment. We are getting in a more circular environment. So the cooperation among the producers is key. So that kind of synergies we have to look at. We have to dare to invest in shared innovation. We cannot do everything by ourselves. Let us do it together. And of course, align across value chains and align also with other industries, right? We have to dare to develop, evolve together with others. Such cooperations, they strengthen, of course, credibility, reduce fragmentation, and improve investability. To round up and close, ESG is a framework for managing risk and building resilience. ESG is the operational link between aquaculture and the SDGs. Strong ESG performance means funding opportunities, and new technologies enable ESG delivery and transparency, while strategic investment and sector synergies amplify long-term success. So my conclusion here is that if aquaculture wants to remain competitive and financeable, and of course socially accepted, very important point, then governance and responsible investment must sit at the heart of the sector's strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stelios. Very, very interesting. Our next speaker is Matteo Leonardo. I'm sure we're going to have some interesting discussions afterwards. Our next speaker is Matteo Leonardi. He's the president of API, the Italian Fish Farmers Association, which represents most Italian aquaculture producers. He is also an aquaculture producer himself, managing a family trout farming business in northern Italy. And in his role, he's closely involved with MFAF implementation, workforce safety and training, and sector governance issues. So, Matteo, you have the floor. Thank you.
Buongiorno. Good morning, everyone. So, I'm not so good in presentation, so please, yeah, just try to understand me, and I will do my best to make clear what is the position of the farmers that are dealing with the different difficulties of getting the sustainable investments and to get and to provide a good work to the employees and to get good employees for our work. So let me understand with this. Okay, so some of my speech has been talked before with the person that was talking before me. But what we are facing in EU, and is well known to everyone, is that we have a stagnation that is going on for too much time now, and we are not able in EU to make it to get the increase of production. And we have an opportunity to try to get on the market to improve our companies and to provide what is needed to get new aquaculture products, more aquaculture products, to get food security. And the barriers, what is making things very, very complicated mostly in the EU and moreover in Italy, is that the licensing is something that is very, very complicated. we have very limited access area. We have very poor allocation zones, but someone I know it will be addressed afterwards. And we have no implementation of the guidelines that are approved here and there from the different bodies through EU and from FAO too. So what's happening? We have the MFAF. MFAF is a great financial program that is giving us what we need to try to develop. But we found it that is getting way and way more complicated each time that a new fund is open. Or even within the same fund, we are facing new paperwork, excessive paperwork, that is discouraging the most of the farmers in trying to develop or even try to access it because it's too complicated. You know, we are talking about corporates of big groups that try to access it to improve the capacity, but we know that in EU, a lot of the capacity of aquaculture is in the hand of small farmers. And so we have to not forget that. We need to make something that is very easy to access in order to get them moving and be able to trust this. It's common that people say, okay, I will try to get the funds, but I don't even know if I will get them at the end. So, you know, we are trying to build business plan to be able to cover the costs of the investments. And for some of us, it's so difficult even to be able to get the business plan working because we have very few margins. And so that's it. If you are not trusting, even if you will get the money, it makes things much worse. And then what we are seeing is that there are many differences between at the regional level and even within a member state. We can have some regions that have allocated funds, but what we see in the end of the funds, when we get to the end of the multi-annual framework, we see that some regions were able to spend them maybe in 1 year, and some other barely spent maybe 20% of the whole amount at the end. So there is an uneven implementation of this and the absorption, the use of the funds. And so, again, we are missing a simplified application process, some lump sum based system. So we say, that's my project, for example, I need some money for that, make it easy. You tell me if it's worth, if I can get a few money, and not to get all the paperwork back to trying to explain where every single cent of €1 has gone through the project. Make it easier. And what is happening? The new MFF, that is the new MFAF, that will be, I think that most of the people here knows what's going on, but maybe we are not aware enough of what this will mean if it gets like it is, because our funds will be no more ring-fenced. So we will be facing many different other interests that are far away from agriculture, maybe, that are so big. Now we can have automotive, we can have, I don't know, many other sectors that will be trying to, let me say, steal our money. We need a ring-fenced like it was in the MFAF now. And we need it that it should be a single fund that is addressing fisheries and aquaculture, or it will be the end, because even if now with the funds we have, we are lacking of development, and we are going to cut them, I think there will be no future. Well, no future for investments. And so I wrote a 7 billion target that is more of the 6 billion that we had in the MFAF, in the last MFAF, but we need an increase, not a cut, because we need an inflation-adjusted projection to be sure that we can do what we did. And yeah, we need a way to make it work better, but not less. And so I'm honest, completely honest with you. I was checking out the GFCM through these days before the meeting to try to understand how it works, what we can expect as producers from the GFCM. And I think is another great instrument that can help us to get our voice that should be heard to the policymakers. And so yeah, we have the level playing field. That is something we are very, very, very aware about, because we are dealing in our markets from lots of foreign productions, and that's keeping us very, very, how do you say, suffocated, okay? Because maybe we have different approaches, different costs, and we are not able to face them compared to what is coming from abroad. So we need some kind of instruments, at least, to make our production that should be worth it, maybe in our local markets, so we can get maybe a different price and try to develop our single market more. Yeah, for sure, if someone is able to do our same product at a lower price, at least be sure that he's doing that at in our same condition if he's selling on our market. We are saying this many times, but we are not getting out of this. And about the planning, I will leave afterwards, as I told before, and it should be very nice to have, referring again to the MFF, the Multi-Financial Fund, that will be the next future of the MFAF. It's important that we get a common policy, because again, something I forgot to tell before, if we move the MFAF to national level, okay, we will be having what we are facing now at regional level. So we will have, let me say, in EU, 27 different policies. And so if I produce trout in Italy, I will be facing completely different help and funds compared to maybe to a Polish trout producer, and we are on the same market. So we need something that should be the most similar through the different states. And as quick word on workforce training, it was addressed before, but what we need is more, at least in Italy, but I know it's something that's going through in many states. We need not only a purely academic education. We have great academical professor and institution that working very fine. I see some of them here, and it's very good. But what we are missing is a technical professional training centers that can help to get people that is ready to work on the cages or on the farm. Because what is happening now, that there's not so much workforce that we can use, maybe in Italy or in the EU. Every time we train someone, we do in our own resources, and it takes time, and it takes years sometimes, because we are small companies. And once you trained a worker, maybe he changed the work. After 3, 4, 5 years, we know that the market, the work market is changing rapidly. It's not like it was a few years ago that you get one work and it stayed for 20 or 30 years. So you get someone, you train them, and it go away afterwards. So if we at least can start having people that already knows the work, it will make a huge difference. And level playing field is coming from the previous slide. It was refused, sorry about that. And inclusion, of course, we should try to promote investment, to promote gender equality and more opportunity for youth people. For sure, some part of our work is a bit more complicated, because we have some periods where the work is very, very heavy and is complicated. Maybe I think about very young person in particular. We have some period through the year or in complex maybe environment moments or places that is very difficult to be able to get back to them and to keep the welfare good enough, because sometimes a work that is very stressful. It's agriculture, you know, there are good things, good times and bad times. And so trying to promote a better welfare is something that we can do if we have a very, very high level of, at least a good level of performing of our companies. If we are still fighting to survive, opening and getting a better welfare is more complicated. But we want it. We want people that work for us and stays well, of course. Conclusion, yeah. So we kept on saying that aquaculture is a strategic pillar, that we need it, not only in the EU, of course, but all through the world. We need to increase. And the political must translate into a simplified governance and try to protect the budget, because, yeah, responsible investments and sustainable growth require predictable rules and financial stability. If we don't have this, it will be very, very harsh even to think about going on, not improving or increasing. What we are facing in several countries is that what will be next? We will be able to go over or not. So thanks for your help to the GFCM and the people here to try to help us to get this. Thank you.
Thank you, Matteo. That was very interesting, and I think we need to pay special attention to people that work in the industry. Policies are meaningless if they're not properly applied or if they're not impactful as they should be. Our next speaker is going to be, again, from the industry, is Mr. Catalin Platon. Catalin represents Romfish, the Romanian National Fish Farmers Association, representing mainly freshwater systems, freshwater aquaculture producers. Romfish is a member of the organization of the Aquaculture Advisory Council, and Catalin is involved in discussions on aquaculture governance, regulatory frameworks, licensing challenges, and sector development in Romania. Catalin, the floor is yours.
Thank you for having me here. Because questions and debates will be much more interesting than my presentation, I will be very brief and cut the chase, jump directly not to the conclusions, but to the main issues of the presentation. So basically, we are here to discuss about sustainable aquaculture development. Even we don't have a formal definition of this. From our point of view, sustainable aquaculture relies on economic reasoning, because we have to do a business, social responsibility for our workers, for our communities, and environmentally integration of aquaculture. So from our perspective, we have to be integrated into the environment, not to improve the environment, because we are not the only ones living on the planet. For this, we need investment. But investment is not only about money. From our perspective, investment relies on predictability, on trust, and on optimism. So, because investment is not only in aquaculture, it also develops an horizontal in vocational education, higher education, research, industries. So developing aquaculture develops also a whole range of other activities. But for this, we need also good governance. We need a set of rules, not very hard, but based on common sense, to get this trust, this optimism, and this need to do the business for a long period of time. Now, this is a situation which is valid. It's kind of disclaimer now. It's valid for Romania. But if you feel that some of the issues are also applicable to your countries, then we can have a case. So, from our point of view, aquaculture is one of the most complex activities in agriculture, because it's based on the huge number of species, even plants and animals. Although it is looked as a new activity, it is very old. Some forms of aquaculture have millennia, like 8,000 years. We are very well integrated into the environment, so there is no problem. But in the present time, I have seen that we have a very low identity profile. Aquaculture is often mistaken with an industrial activity. It is seen as only a salmon industry. Even we have other 500 species on aquaculture. So we are judged as a big industry polluting the planet. Even in the regulations, the national regulators are not understanding what are you doing in a farm. So often they are regulating a whole sector based upon just one idea. Another problem is that the regulation is shared among different agencies, ministry, which are basically competing on getting control and power on a sector. And from our perspective, the environment ministry is the most problematic one. Another point is that even in the consultation process, when they are taking place, usually it's unidirectional consultation. So we are talking about what we have to do. We are not listened what we are doing and what are our best parts in the activity. So at the end of the day, the decision is the ministry on the ministry hand without taking into account our comments based on science and on our own experience. Usually from the environment point of view, the emphasis is put on what we are doing to the environment. But we have also problems on what is the environment doing to us, because we have to work, for fish, water is not, it's a environment for life. So we don't need pure water. We need fair quality water for the fish. We have an overwhelming multi-layer and most of the time useless bureaucracy. Because, we have a long range of authorization, permits, opinions from different agencies saying in a document what is already said in the law. But as any other business owner here, you know that you cannot go into the court saying you don't know the law. So we have to know the law. Then what does it sheet of paper called authorization says more than the law? Nothing. But we have to apply, to make documentations, to have long times of putting evidence on the papers, pay a fee, and after 2 years they say, okay, we have to respect the law. And I've seen that there is low consideration on self-regulatory capacity of the professional organizations. So maybe we can trust more on this organization of the farmers. So in Romania, the aquaculture license is at the end of a long series of other authorization. The best part is that it is for indeterminate period, and it will take about 2 weeks to get it. But before you get it, you have to have all the above authorizations. So starting to the access to space and water, which is managed by different ministries or different communities or different administration, like water administration, you can have a lease from 4 years It's the case in the Black Sea. We just developed we were the only country in the world having an access to a sea without marine aquaculture. And with the help of GFCM, we managed to start this. But the first idea was that the lease should be for 4 years. Who is investing in cages for 4 years? And now we have the highest price for release in the world. This is for promoting development of aquaculture in the Black Sea. There are also some conflictual problems between the contracts, the leasing contracts, saying, okay, you have to make the production, you have to cut the reeds and everything, and the environmental obligation, which is not allowing you to cut the reeds and is not allowing you to increase the production because you are polluting the environment. So we have to deal with this. Then on the environmental part, there are different authorizations which can take up to 1.5 to 2 years. Then you go to the water management because you need the water permits, water authorization, and a long range of different kinds of permits, costing money and costing to 1 to 2 years. The only part of this process is the vet authorization, which is taken very quickly, and it is for a long time, undeterminate. So they are our friends on this part. But going to the conflicts with other users on the water management, we have an article in the law, which is transposed from the Water Framework Directive, that meeting the water needs of the population takes priority over using water for other purposes, which is perfectly sound. The second phrase is also water supply for animals, restoring the intangible water reserve for fires and the flows needed for keeping the ecological balance of the aquatic habitat take priority over other uses. But fish is not considered an animal. So we are not on the second place after human. For example, in Romania, in the last 5 years, we have a severe drought, especially in the northeastern part of Romania where we are based. And even in the times of drought, the water was given to irrigation. At 36 degrees outside, with the plants in the severe thermic stress, the water can do nothing. But they gave the water from our lakes, our ponds, to agriculture. Okay, what was the result of this governance model we have in Romania? 75% of the farms are abandoned. Some of them are transformed into agricultural land because they have subsidies on agriculture. There is no support, direct support in aquaculture because we are not an agricultural activity. We have invested since Romania joined the EU 373 million euro, and the result was an increase of production of 39 tons, fisheries and aquaculture, and a decrease of 2,000 tons in aquaculture. So that is why, from my point of view, the problem is not the money for investment. The main problem is to set up the rules, to make the people to be optimistic, because we have the longest production cycle in animal breeding. So we are not investing for 2 years or 4 years. We are investing for 20, 25 years. This new MFAF program for aquaculture, we had 1, 2, I think 3 calls. Very few farmers have the courage to apply because, as Matteo said, and It's most of my presentation, it's almost the same as in Italy because we are saying what the farmers say. So not only you are applying to the funds, you take the money, you make the investment, but after 3 years, somebody from the audit comes and said, okay, it was a comma in the article, so we have to give all the money back. Where is the trust? And also my personal problem is that we have a lot of guidelines of orientations, of recommendations, not binding. From the EU, we have it from 2002. Nobody is eating them apart but us, but not the ministries which are involved in regulating the sector. So I would be more like GFCM said, it's a binding recommendation. So somebody has to do something, not only to read and agree philosophically about the conclusions. And also the participatory consensus-oriented decision-making processes are missing. One of the last things is we have wrote from 4 times in the last 8 months to the Ministry of Environment for a meeting. There is no answer. They are not answering the letters. What consultation could you do on this? So from my point of view, it's time for a change. Complement this work we are doing here with more concrete actions like restore and develop an aquaculture identity. Because now the discussion is about, I was talking a lot with Javier on this, getting the social acceptance. But aquaculture was not, it is my perception, aquaculture was not invented or discovered or revealed. It was an activity requested by the community. It was a community need to develop aquaculture because, especially in the inland Europe, it was very hard to get fish when you want it. So we have to develop near the monastery a small pond to raise some carp. So it was a social need. And now we are seeking for social license. It's strange for me. We need a common aquaculture policy. Or for non-EU members, or even for EU members, we need a law for aquaculture. We need a balance between regulating and deregulating. Because, for example, in some scientific papers on economics of aquaculture, it said that Norway developed aquaculture by deregulating. And now they are producing 1.5, 1.6 million tons of fish. And the whole EU is producing 1.08. So we should do something more than recommendations and guidelines, because guidelines are for us, for the farmers. But in terms of governance, of policy and regulation, we need to push more on our identity as a sector with specificities. Also, self-regulation by professional association for me is one of the good points we have to work on. Support for economics research in aquaculture, because everybody is saying what we should do to scare cormorants, to mitigate the environmental pollution. But every measure they are putting on us means a cost. And we have to analyze what is the impact of these costs to our performance, because we are competing with countries which have not these restrictions. So from my point of view, we have to move to a common sense approach of these aspects, because going into the extremes is not for SMEs, is for big companies. Of course, support research and promotion for aquaculture ecosystem services. Okay, we have identified them, but we have to put some values to know how much does it work, and where is what is the ecosystem services we have to improve or to increase the value. And also address the impact of the environment on aquaculture, because we had long talks in AEC on the pollution or the nutrients that are coming from agriculture, which is subsidized, which we have to clean. So these were my points. I hope that we will have a debate on this, and it will be very useful. Thank you.
Oh dear, that was heartbreaking, and and it's heartbreaking because I think most of us have been in the industry for 20, 30 years. We've been listening to this. We've been talking about the same things for the past 30 years, with darker hair, with more hair, but still the same issues keep on, hitting our industry. Our next speaker is Javier. I'm not going to introduce him. You all know Javier. I hope he's going to have something more positive, though I doubt it, really.
I'm very sorry. Lost my hair, lost everything. Okay, but allow me to go back to my opening self before, because I forgot to mention when thanking those that have made this meeting possible, I forgot to mention where the money comes from. So the European Commission, just to make you aware that the European Commission, DG Mare, is the one financing this action, and that we appreciate it very much. And I know that there's somebody from DG Mare around over there. Thank you, Emilia. Because it's important and we appreciate. Okay. When I look back at my work in the last many years, and I look into what I work on, the topics, I can clearly say that I dedicate much more time to animal welfare than to human welfare, to worker safety. Okay, might be, it's true that it's because, partially it's because animal welfare, it's a newer thing, and workers' welfare is something that we've been working on for many more years. But we should acknowledge, or I acknowledge, that human welfare is more important than animal welfare. That is, both are important, but we have to keep in mind that social acceptance is absolutely a need, and that animal welfare is a sub-part of human welfare. At least I see it that way. And when we discuss about, or when we bring workers' welfare into the discussion here, let's not only think on the guys that deliver the feed. We are talking about the labs, the people that work in the processing, the quality people, the staff, the general staff, even the people in the associations. If we do not provide good workers' welfare, we will never have the right people for financing, for innovation, for anything. So it's important to keep it in mind. Nevertheless, having worked so much on fish welfare, I have missed this mental structure of how this welfare thing works. And I do know that welfare is badly translated. It doesn't have a good translation into some languages, at least into Spanish. It's not exactly the same. But nevertheless, we have these 5 freedoms of the fish, or 5 domains, but they more or less apply to ourselves, like the physical environment, health, mental state, and then of course others like nutrition and health. But then there is another important one that is strongly coming up, and it's environmental enrichment. So it's not only addressing the bads, but it's also going towards the good positives of the working environment. And here is where issues like that have already been mentioned, because I'm not saying anything new now here, but it's training, it's lifelong learning. And here we have all this upskilling and reskilling of all these new concepts of new learning to be able to progress in the same or a different one. But mainly for career development, we need good people to come into a sector in which they are able to foresee a future in their profession, in which they can continue and grow personally, not only from a professional but also a human side. So at the end of the day, workers' welfare, or yeah, let's call it workers' welfare. It's a sustainable corner. It's a cornerstone for aquaculture, for sustainable aquaculture, and we need sort of strategic investments. And I like very much the way Stelios made us think about this, the importance of strategic thinking. We need them. We need these investments, strategic ones, on workers' welfare. They're really essential for resilience. So today we are here on the the work that GFCM is doing on workers' welfare is focusing on marine aquaculture, on pens in the sea, and this type of aquaculture is like others, but this one is specifically facing significant new challenges, things that we didn't think about before. I mean, the normal challenges are diving related incidents. We know it's a highly risky job. Hyperbaric issues are very tough on human bodies. Musculoskeletal injuries that can happen, equipment related accidents in general, or even, and that have to be taken into consideration, psychosomatic incidents. People have their own inner health, and that has to be understood, and the reasons why they happen. But the main point I want to bring today, because these that I have mentioned are more or less already studied, is that now we have to adapt all these to the new climate-driven hazards that are arriving. They are here already. So this means that we have to face increased storm frequency at the working place, the intensity of the storms, extreme heat conditions. We have to take that in consideration. We cannot continue doing or sending our people to do what they used to do. Things are changing out there. And we also have new fish diseases, new outbreaks. So the chemicals involved, we have to take them into consideration because they have new hazards with them. So climate change isn't anymore a future risk. It's a present day multiplier of existing hazards that we used to know. So, and to conclude, we need a proactive investments in rigorous climate aware training and on adaptive technologies that are necessary to protect ourselves, to protect all our workers, and to ensure that our job, besides all the barriers that Catalin and Matteo presented, that we are able to have operational continuity. And that's all. We will, this on worker safety, it's just a small presentation of topics today. We will elaborate a document in the coming month. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Javier. Thank you for putting things in perspective. We've got about 20 minutes for an open discussion, so we're opening the floor for any questions or statements or debates, constructive debates that we might have.
I have several comments. Some of them were already mentioned. In European aquaculture, the authorization process required by public authorities, or at least in Spain, and hopefully not in other countries or regions where it could be avoided, as Katalin already mentioned, is very complex. On average, takes between 30 and 38 or 40 months for both marine and freshwater activities. In these concepts, in this context, concepts such as predictability and legal certainty, which was already mentioned, are critical for aquaculture companies when applying for investment opportunities, space use, renewal of authorizations on or rights to access to water. Moreover, the excessive complexity of certain authorizations procedures significantly delays the development of aquaculture sectors in many regions. Therefore, we would like to highlight in general terms that from the company's perspective, some of the specific recommendations that will also facilitate the sectoral progress. Okay. The specific recommendations that will facilitate the sectoral progress in general terms could be these four ones. First, to ensure that the national administrative procedures for new concessions are as short, as transparent as possible. Otherwise, companies will not be able to establish themselves competitively, and this will already represent a very poor starting point. To strengthen collaborative relationships between aquaculture companies, this is promoters, and public administrations in order to facilitate the evaluation and joint authorization process of ongoing projects. Something that is not usually organized as such. The third one would be to harmonize regulatory frameworks, as well as the development, spatial and environmental planning instruments among the GFCM member countries. Should be something that could be organized. And in here, one question arises, and is that, will it be possible to establish an annual intercalibration exercise among the interested members of the GMC Aquaculture Committee? Intercalibration. And the last one, my last point, will be that the marine, but also the continental spatial planning for aquaculture is a very useful point to improve legal certainty in countries with weak or underdeveloped regulatory frameworks. And more specifically, abandoned aquaculture farms should always be included in this type of planning documentation, and not to perceive as productive graveyards, but as food production infrastructures with high potential for reuse and new investment opportunities, because the prolonged abandonment of our facilities combine an image of decline that harms public perception of the aquaculture sector. And that will be all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. These were very, very valid points. I'm sure that my colleagues here are taking notes, and I'm sure that everyone would agree. There have been efforts over the years for one-stop shops and facilitating procedures which have failed really. We just concentrated all the problems in one entity without really solving the problems in several countries. But these are issues that certainly need to be addressed. Yes. Sylvia.
I have a question. We mentioned guidelines, and GFCM is also preparing guidelines, the EU as well. So how do you think we can follow up and assure that these guidelines will be, don't laugh, Katalin, that will be used and they are useful for the people? I see that now, for example, the European Commission is also providing e-learning, which I think it's a good tool, but probably we can think about other tools, how we can educate the people who need to be educated about these guidelines, because we are involved in the preparatory phase. So we put our knowledge or soul or heart in it, basically. So it's very important that it will be used, or maybe with communication, better communication. So how do you think we can do that better with our means, for our tools?
Yeah, it's very interesting because I think that over the years we have had a lot of guidelines, a lot of there's a lot of new knowledge in the industry, and we can base development of the industry in this knowledge. For many years, that was mainly directed to the environmental aspects. Now we're moving also to social aspects, and governance has also always been an issue. I think there are solutions on the table. The principles that we developed, of course, are voluntary, but they provide a good basis, a good foundation, especially for the non-EU countries, to provide a good governance foundation to develop the industry. What we need to do, and to answer your question, what we need to do is, and this is what people need to have, is good examples, good case studies. And this is what we're looking for. We need to start promoting very good case studies. They might be focusing in one area or in more than one areas, but we need to come out and showcase that, guys, as you said, we're not graveyards, we're not food graveyards. We are producing in the food, protein, animal protein, in the most sustainable way possible, up to now at least. So we need to communicate that. We have very, very strict environmental controls. We're still being very, very reactive to bad press rather than being proactive. We haven't managed to create a good image for the sector, not the image that we deserve to have for the sector. Although I believe that consumers, to a great extent, trust our products. But we need to do a lot of work. We need to start working closer with government authorities. It's sad that the issues that we had been facing 30 years back, are still plaguing the industry. We always have representatives from the Ministry of Agriculture. We never have representatives of the Ministry of Environment in most of our meetings, and this is where the bottleneck is. So there's still a lot of work to be done. I think showcasing good example, good practices is one way forward towards this.
Thank you. I hear more questions. Inspired, people inspired.
All right. Hello, everybody. It's me again. I mean. Well, there is a question I want to pose, which maybe I should have been answering, but since I don't know the answer, maybe you can find me some kind of reaction. Like it is mentioned, and I agree also, that licensing is time-consuming, very long. Regulations have to be followed, and this framework is increasing every time. We have also a new guideline, a new obligation, a new. So how can we solve it? Like how this can be less time-consuming? How can we make these procedures less lengthy? I mean, everybody is arguing about that. Well, I argue about that too. And I can tell you a lot of things about not having the personnel, and the procedures are lengthy, and we have all these. I can just say it, but how do you think we can tackle this problem?
Yeah, if I'll try to answer this. I've worked in several countries, and I think the problem remains that ministries and authorities, they work in silos. They don't have good collaboration between the different departments of different ministries and departments that need to work together for licensing. As I said, we have had done a lot of effort to create one-stop shops in several countries. We didn't really facilitate things, just put the same problems under one roof. But there have to be committees that really want to tackle the issue and work together. I can't see anything else happening. Katalin.
So basically, we can solve this problem by taking control. the whole process, because we know about our activity. We can invite the environment, the water administration, and other institutions to our process because it's our activity. Because now we are divided between different competences, and there is a lot of scientific literature on agencies rivalry on getting control of. You know, my feeling is we are living now in a kind of feudalistic society where every ministry has its own part of the business and tries to make a lot of money from that part of the governing. So from my point, the solution is to take control, because it's about aquaculture license. This is the only document we need. Okay, with some conditions from the environmental point of view, animal welfare, veterinarian control, which is very important for us, because it's for our activity. We are the most interested people in have good water quality, good health on the fish, good productions, not the environment authorities. Thank you.
So I would like just to intervene and complete the answer of Philippos regarding the guidelines and how we can implement these guidelines. I give a concrete example with data. The guidelines on licensing and leasing adopted by the GFCM, by the Commission, it was implemented in different countries and used for them upgrading of the Ukrainian, for example, law for aquaculture, also for the Georgian new law of aquaculture. So they use the GFCM guidelines. Why? Because it's inspired from the field. What are the main issue, my challenges, how we can reduce the duration, for example, because in any investment, there is an opportunity. I can buy, for example, real estate, invest in real estate or in aquaculture, or going to buying Bitcoins. So it depends. What is the opportunity? So we need to facilitate let's say, the attractive of the sector, and licensing and leasing an important tool. If I spend 6 months to receive the license, it's fantastic. So in these guidelines, we put a clear benchmark. In these countries, it's 1 year, and in this other one, 3 years, so it needs to be reduced, etc., etc. So this is the role of our guidelines. And it was adopted also in other countries, not only in Europe, for example, in Lebanon. When we worked in the new law of Lebanon for aquaculture, we used our guidelines as a reference. For ASA, we used the guidelines on ASA in the case of Romania to have the new license. We used also the ASA guidelines in Tunisia to resolve conflict between different activities. So the role of the guidelines is not to be, let's say, just published and adopted. It's dynamic. These guidelines can be changed according to the new parameters. Now, what the Commission, for example, agreed is to adapt and upgrade the ASA guidelines, because with climate change, things are changing. Site selection is different. The process is different. The rules and new tools are available also. So the guidelines that, at least for our guidelines, we start always with something from the field, a challenge from the field, like licensing and leasing, or the one on social acceptability. And we collect success story from the different countries. And from that, we start building our guidelines. So this is just to give you some insight about it.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Francisco. I'm Francisco from the Portuguese Aquaculture Association. In Portugal, we need to cut the other one off. In Portugal, so we have been facing a nightmare with the implementation of the EU restoration law, nature restoration law. I would like to hear from my colleagues from other countries as well to see if you have the same issues we are facing now. Because at the moment, with this law implemented in the Portuguese legislation from April 2025, we have been facing several very good pieces of land for shellfish farming, for example, being denied by the environmental authorities. based just on the growth of some seagrass species that indicate a priority habitat. So we have been facing a lot of denying for renewal of licenses that used to produce for 30, 40, 50 years with very good pieces of land, with very good sand. And of course, if those pieces of land stay without farming for 1-2 years, the seagrass grows quite fast. So this is a serious issue because instead of growing our farming land, we have been facing a decrease, a serious decrease. For you to have an idea, last year we had sort of 15 acres being denied for renewal. So these are not new license permits. So it's for renewals. And this is very worrying. So I believe we need to pay very good attention to what's being done in Europe in terms of law regarding nature, because it seems that it has no, it made no boundaries of activities already licensed and working in these public ecosystems, in these natural ecosystems.
Should we get other question and then, because yes, please.
Hi, I'm Alejandro Fernandez. I'm from Apromar in Spain. I'm also a farmer in Spain, in southern Spain. Basically, most of our problems with governance is there are many public administrations involved in a licensing. Okay, for us, it's almost as we started with the IMTA system, with the idea of implementing this type of systems in 2012, and we have our license for this type of system in 2023, and this took us 11 years just to get a license, because we had the water agency, we have the roads agency because we are close to a road, we have the natural park agency, we have all these permits that we had to go around it. And then you find some administrations that have people working there that are against this type of agriculture, and they just stop our how you say our expedientes, how you say now, I can get the word, our files, sorry, I couldn't get the words. They stop it just because they don't like what we're proposing, because it's new for them. For example, in the last, I've been waiting already for 6 months to get a license on aquaponia for plants, okay? And we already have the license for it, but they didn't know where I should ask for. I went to the agriculture and they said no. I went to fishing, to the fishing ministry, they said no. That I went to agriculture ministry and they said no. At the end, it was one of them, but it took us 6 months just to know where to go. And this is, there are so many public administrations that need to, to cooperate in order for us to have a clear understanding of what to do.
Hello, it's Nikos Katribouzas from HAPO, working in aquaculture for 30 years. I would like to address and try to answer the challenging question of Dr. Parpoura. How to make it faster, the licensing process. First of all, simplify. We don't need environmental license to be 150 pages. We don't need all this information. You don't need all this information in order to decide. So give some guidelines what has to be inside the environmental license, and let's make it more simple. Second, digitalize. let's submit all the licenses digitally to all the authorities, not go from one office to another after a month. Third, outsource. You don't have enough people. Outsource a part of the process of checking the licenses before you can decide if they are okay or not. And last one, give some deadlines. I mean, if you have 6 months the license in the ministry, then it's granted because you don't have the time to sit. Not leave it for 5 years because you don't have time. Grant it if you don't have time. That's my contribution.
We have 5-6 minutes left, so please keep your contribution short. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is Emilia from DG Mare, Emilia Gargallo. I'm not going to enter into all the bottlenecks and all the things that DG Mare from the European Commission are doing or not doing, or the national authorities. I would like to refocus a little bit more to the fact on the investment part. We have seen all the Commission proposal that I'm not going to discuss on my status of official from the Commission, but I mean, we know that it's most likely that the ring-fenced for the ENFA, for the ring-fenced amount of money for investment will be lightly reduced. There are areas to get more money out of the ring-fenced. But my question is, knowing that, where do you think the public money should go in order to help you attract money on the investment side? Where are the strategic investments that we should do in order to let you go to the public sector to ask for the investments in that areas? Where are the criteria that you see? And we are going to assume that the status of the licensing or all these problems that you are facing now might not change dramatically in the next years, while we see that the MFF proposal will be here soon. So this is a little bit more our question, to know where the investment should go on the public side to unlock the private one. Thank you.
Thank you, Emilia. I think we need to open a new session for discussing with that. It's a very important, very, very important question. And indeed, we didn't address enough probably the investments and also the private investment and where are these investors. So let's think about it, how we can address this maybe soon.
Good morning. I'm Michael Hadjevstasiou. I'm here with my capacity as a coordinator of Pillar 1 Blue Sustainable Economy of the European Union Strategy for Adriatic and Ionian Region, EU-SER. I want to make a short comment on Mateos and Javier's discussion about the workforce and the welfare. The one thing is that we are working together in EU-SER to have a regional pact for blue skills, something that have to work with the industry together with the training and the academia to provide to the workforce the specific skills that the industry to cover their needs. So this is something they're going. Probably the next few weeks we'll have another one meeting because the draft pact is ready, and it's something that will help aquaculture to have the specific skills that are needed for the workforce of tomorrow. And another thing about the health and safety issues, in Greece in 2003, the Greek Federation of Mariculture, together with the Pan-Hellenic Society of Technologists, issued the first health and safety guide for workers in aquaculture. This was disseminated to all the farms, and hopefully this helps us to reduce the accidents in marine aquaculture in Greece. Thank you.
Thank you all. I think we are approaching coffee time, which you're all looking forward to. Just a brief answer to EU. I don't think there's going to be one side fits all. There's not going to be just one answer. There are going to be regional needs, national needs. And this brings me back to the discussion we had. Probably we need to reactivate the national aquaculture councils. We need to have entities that it's not just the ministries, it's not just government authorities. We need to hear the voice of the industry from the national associations. We need to hear the voice of researchers. We need to have scientific backed opinions, and based on that to have strategies, policies, and national instruments based on the EU instruments to implement this the needs of every region of every country. Yes, Stelios?
One point, I think. Of course, it's no silver bullet. I agree completely. But if there is one word that I would give to DG Mare is communication. Educational communication. It will help to solve a lot of all the problems that I hear here.
Correct. And it's coffee time. Thank you all very much for your active participation.
So welcome back. We continue with another subject, new subject is advancing spatial planning and environmental monitoring in aquaculture. We have a dedicated technical advisory group on that, led by Ms. Erica Porporato. Erica is leading the group and also coordinating with the different TAG experts. So Erica, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So sorry. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. So this session is related with spatial planning and environmental monitoring in aquaculture. We have already discussed during the previous session about these topics. And now I will present you the TAG, the Technical Advisory Group of the Spatial Planning for Aquaculture contribution to ASA, so Allocated Zone for Aquaculture, to AMA, the Aquaculture Management Areas, and the Environmental Monitoring Program. Okay. So the strategic role of spatial planning in aquaculture development was already underlined and highlighted during the previous session. An effective spatial planning has emerged as a cornerstone for sustainable aquaculture development and expansion across Mediterranean and Black Sea region, but not only, of course. Why it's important to have a special plan? Because you need to have a plan to reach an objective. To establish an objective of production, you need to know how to reach this kind of production, both in terms of tons to be produced, but also in terms of where we would like to have these kind of activities that need to have a priority over the development of other uses for sure. So the key objective of spatial planning are to define priority areas for aquaculture development, so the so-called allocated zone for aquaculture areas, to identify zones with higher sustainability potential in order to support the economic, social, and environmental objectives, so to support the economic side, so to support the farmers to find the best way to produce organisms, to farm fishes or mussels, for example, but also to have social acceptability of these areas to be developed for aquaculture and environmental objectives, so to be sustainable from an environmental point of view. And we need to set clear goals and a roadmap, as I said before, for aquaculture growth to reach this kind of objectives. So the TAG SPA has been instrumental in developing frameworks that balance economic development, but also environmental protection and social responsibility. The main scopes and mandate of the TAG SPA are, first of all, knowledge sharing and capacity building. So we would like to enhance capacity in allocated zone for aquaculture, but also carrying capacity models and environmental monitoring programs. We produced a lot of guidelines. The last one was published, if I remember correctly, 2 years ago, about the use of GIS to establish and for the allocation of allocated zone for aquaculture. And we would like to strengthen proficiency in the use of GIS, but also maritime spatial planning processes, because it's directly linked, of course, with allocated zone for aquaculture, through interactive discussions, like today, training session, but also technical support. We had the possibility to give technical support to different countries to develop allocated zone for aquaculture plans. And as already some said this morning, evaluating new criteria and threshold parameters for identifying allocated zone for aquaculture, also in the context of climate change. The second scope is related with harmonization of environmental monitoring practices across Mediterranean and Black Sea countries. So in order to have a common environmental monitoring, that can help farmers and that can help social acceptability of this kind of activities through data exchanges and indicator selection also for the allowable zone of effect, the so-called AZE. So defining essential monitoring parameters, we had a lot of discussion, a workshop during the CAC was already discussed to select few parameters, meaningful parameters for the effects of aquaculture in the environment. Delineating the responsibility for environmental monitoring programs is also important, and addressing, of course, the impact of climate change. Another important mandate of the TAG is the aquaculture management areas. The implementation and identification of AMA to promote sustainable and responsible aquaculture practices. We are developing a framework to identify the AMA. How can we manage together the activities from an ecological point of view, of course. We are sharing the same, for example, water basin, but also from a socioeconomic point of view. The clear definition for AMA relevant guidelines with methodology and action plans will be developed for the identification in inland water. And we are also enforcing effective management strategies to balance, again, economic development with environmental protection and social responsibilities. Another concept that was introduced within the TAG is the allocated zone for restoration. These are designating areas within the aquatic ecosystem for habitat restoration based on ecological assessment, historical species distribution, and potential for successful rehabilitation. But we will discuss later during the fourth session, during this afternoon. So identifying restoration activities such as native species, reintroduction, habitat rehabilitation, and ecosystem enhancement are the main scope of this activity. So coming back to ASA, planning could be, should be an engine for licensing. It's a comprehensive planning tools. We know that we use a lot of criteria through a multi-criteria analysis, considering different environmental but also socioeconomic factors, the potential conflicts with other uses and other marine activities, of course, and the carrying capacity of these areas. So ASA is directly linked with the spatial allocation environmental suitability and can enable predictable licensing decision because we decided to have priority use as aquaculture here. And so for the competent authorities, having this kind of information is very important to release this concession. Integrates environmental monitoring program requirements. It's really important and should coordinate with the AMA and the restoration areas. So TAGSPA has prioritized also the development of comprehensive guidelines for environmental monitoring programs, recognizing their critical role in ensuring sustainable aquaculture operation. We know that EMP are critical to ensure that ASA operates sustainably because good environments mean also a good fish or mussels farmed or good organisms health farmed. So the TAG is developing harmonized regional EMP guidelines for marine finfish cage farming in the Mediterranean Black Sea. We are defining monitoring parameters, sampling protocols, responsibility inside and outside the ASE, and data sharing pathways. That is quite important, again, also for social acceptability. So a well-designed EMP is also a tool to adapt to climate change by monitoring real-time impacts on species and ecosystem, of course. So we define the monitoring parameters and responsibility. We are developing these harmonized guidelines, and this is through also the resolution that the GFCM had in 2025 on guidelines on harmonized environmental monitoring programs for the marine finfish cage aquaculture. So the guidelines here, you can see the draft of the guideline that we are developing. And the main scope of this is to ensure a consistent and coordinated approach to environmental monitoring in order to minimize the local and cumulative impacts of marine aquaculture, to promote adaptive management practices based on scientific evidence, and support the long-term resilience and sustainability of the aquaculture sector. We will have different a part of the appendix where you can find some case studies coming from different countries, the practical tools for implementation, the monitoring templates, how to transfer information and data to competent authorities, and some new also tools and instruments that can be used for the environmental monitoring program, such as the environmental DNA, that is becoming more and more important for the environmental monitoring programs. As we saw before, climate change is directly related with planning because it's already impacting aquaculture across the Mediterranean Black Sea. We had a workshop within the TAG, and we underlined different effects of climate change on aquaculture. And we started a discussion on how to incorporate this kind of effects on the spatial planning and how can we mitigate the effects of climate change on aquaculture. And we saw that, for example, we have increased mortality events in the Adriatic Sea. We saw a lot of mortality events related with the mussels, for example, but also emerging disease and pathogens risks. We will have a session after. Extreme weather events that cause, for example, destruction of the cages at sea, but also marine heat waves, shift in species productivity and habitat suitability. This means that we have to change how also to manage the aquaculture activities. For example, at the beginning, for the mussels aquaculture, we know that we start from seeds. Now it's not like this. We start from seed in some area, and after the mussels are moving from the Mediterranean Sea in order to cope and to mitigate the effects of climate change. So the effectiveness of spatial planning relies directly also on the integration of all these components that are related with the TAG activities. So the ASA is directly linked, of course, with site selection and licensing, but the AIMA is also related with coordinated management between different farmers. And the environmental monitoring program should accompany the ASA plan and also to have an adaptive management of the activities. And last but not least, we have to consider also the allocated zone for restoration in order to compliance also with natural restoration law that we saw also in the previous session. So at the moment, the TAG SPA represents a bridge between scientific research, competent authorities, and stakeholders, including, of course, aquaculture producers. So we need an active participation within the TAG also to discuss and better develop this kind of activities within the TAG. So if you would like to register as member, you can do through the GFCM. And to develop, of course, sustainable aquaculture activities, protect, as I said before, ecosystem and response to climate challenges. So thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. I think that we can move to the first speaker, Isidro Blanquet. He's Secretary General of APA, the Associação Portuguesa de Aquacultura, the Portuguese Aquaculture Association, and has around 30 years of experience in marine aquaculture. He has in-depth knowledge of the Portuguese aquaculture sector and long-standing experience working with national authorities and academic institutions. Please, Isidro, the floor is yours.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you to FEAP and GFCM for this invitation to the Portuguese Aquaculture Association. What is this? Okay, I'm going to talk about our Portuguese digital platform for licensing of aquaculture. It's not the paradise in licensed aquaculture, but for us in Portugal in the last 7 years, it's make a big difference in time and in process with all the documents and in the relation with the entities that give the final license, the title for aquaculture. The BIMAR, it's one electronic one-stop shop for the sea, is a digital platform. It's not only for aquaculture, but for all the items related with the sea, like nautical and submarine cables, everything, aeolic energy, everything related with the sea, it's in BIMAR. And the main goals are the simplification and the full digital access and reduce the processing times. In this case, in the reduced processing times, you see we show a big difference because I remember 10 years ago, we must go to always the entity, we centralize all the processes, the General Direction of Fisheries and Aquaculture. But 10 years ago, we must go to there with I remember 8 or 9 folders, original or 7 copies of a big process with the plans and the technical report, everything, and give the process and wait several months to years to have an answer. And that is changed because now we go to there with we can do everything online, and our relation with the authorities is by email, and they have some deadlines to give the answers. The difference between BIMAR and before BIMAR is what we see is before BIMAR is always we work with papers, and sometimes we must go to different entities. Sometimes the entities don't communicate each other, and we must go to one to give the answer to take the other, and it's longer response times, and you cannot tracking the process. Now is what we do. We go to the platform, and we have a user authentication. It's very easy. It's with the username and the password. You submit online all the process, upload the documentation, and you can always tracking the process. You can go to there with the number of the process and see where is the process at this moment. To give you an idea of the process, the first thing you must do before submit and before go to BIMAR, it's have all the documentation very completely to submit, because that if you don't have, you go to lose time in answers and in question and answers. And most important is the location of the place, because with the coordinates of the place, it's important to know if there are some constraints, environment constraints in this place. And if the project is inside a location area for aquaculture. If it's there, it's more simple. Of course, all the technical documentation prepared, technical report, the plans of the farm, some administrative papers, like if you are the owner of the farm, if you have a contract for this place, everything you must be prepared. You access to BIMAR with authentication, with a digital mobile key or citizen card or a user and password. And there you have a nautical process, everything. You choose aquaculture, you go to aquaculture, and inside the aquaculture you have several things. But normally we ask for aquaculture activity title, and and after that we start to complete the form of the company, location, everything related with the company. And the most important, stage 4, is very important to not lose time, is be very completely about the type of aquaculture, if are extensive, semi-intensive, or intensive aquaculture. If it's in the marine waters or transitional waters or inland waters, that is very important. Because if you're in inland waters, they send the process for the conservation of nature. If you are in marine waters, sent to another entity. The species to be produced, if are shellfish or fish. The production systems is RAS system, earth ponds, or extensive or long lines, and the estimated annual production. That must be very completely, and you send that, and the location and the area, you must put the geographical coordinates, and you can use a tool that BMAR, you can take the perimeter of the place to be very good, have a good situation where is the place. Submit the technical documents. I said report, technical report, plans. If you need some environmental authorizations, you must complete also the administrative documents about the land, about the company, everything. And you must fill some declarations of honor, of true, and everything. And you submit. When you submit, they have the authority, this is the General Direction of Fisheries, have 30 days to analyze the process. In these 30 days, it's only internal analyze. If you lose some document, they send you email, you need to submit this document. Okay, after these 30 days, they send the documents to process electronically for the different entities. They have, I think, 15 days to answer. What is difference? Difference is that the entities must to answer to other entity. It's not to us. It's another entity that call. Oh, we don't answer. Why? You need to have to give an answer to the company. And I think this process create a certain stress between the entities, and it's more fast the process. Our experience when the process don't need environment impact study, we take more or less between, I think, in 3 months or 6 months we have the license. If you need environment impact, they are a process of 1 year, I think, for the study of the environment impact. That's, of course, the process stay more time. But I don't know, the maximum 2 years, or you can have the license. Okay, it's not perfect because what's happened? We have always 2 entities in Portugal. One is the Agency for the Environment. One. The other is the Institute of Nature Conservation. They are our enemies. And they have also the idea they are owners of the knowledge and of the land. And our General Direction of Fisheries maybe is not strong enough to ask for the answers. Yeah, and for that sometimes we ask, but we don't have an answer of the conservation. Oh, yes, we call them. They are. It's sometimes it's difficult, but you continue to improve this process. Okay, you have also help desk. If you have some doubts about the process, you can ask, and email and phone support. Silvia, you don't can put videos, no, here, no. The conclusion is, yes, we think BMAR for the producers, for the farmers, we think BMAR are increase the process of licensing in Portugal. And now we can always ask, it's very transparent, the process. You can ask why we don't have this advice, why it takes some time to have this answer. You can always ask and you have an answer normally. For aquaculture, we talked about that yesterday. For aquaculture, it's easy because they have some people allocated for this process. For example, for nautical, it's difficult. The time is very, because they don't. It's a lot of requests for nautical, and they don't have enough persons to allocate to that, and they take some time. But for aquaculture, it's very fast. In Portugal, we have these two special allocated special plan for areas for aquaculture. We have one for transitional waters aquaculture plan and other for marine waters. That works more or less. It's very beautiful. You see, you go to the internet and you put the aquaculture, and you have a plan of the country. The orange are what are working now, and the green are for you can spend. What is the problem? The problem that plans are forcing some authorities to participate. It's an initiative of the General Direction of Fishery, but some entities like the Conservation of Nature and the associations of fishermen, they are almost obligated to participate in the plan. They are not very agree with this plan. But in the end, they participate in the meetings, and the plan is a resolution of the government, is that. What's happened now, when you go to ask for a license, sometimes they come again with some problems that they don't talk in the meetings now. And we participate in the committee of every year we have a meeting to be, the plan is good, you need to put more areas or take areas. And always you cannot have decisions because the same entities that participate in this plan now make some problems for us. It's very important that that must be a political question. And when you build a plan for aquaculture, all the entities must be inside the plan and have a commitment with the plan. And it's not something imposed to the other entities. But anyway, if you have a project inside this area, you can always have more points to have funds. It's strategical, have more power the process if it's inside a location area for aquaculture. But it's not enough because the areas that we have are majority are oldest aquacultures that are abandoned, and now they take again in the plan. But for example, in the north of Portugal, when we have some requests for RAS systems for species of cold water, you don't have any areas for aquaculture. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Isidro. I would like just to add a comment on this. Political commitment should be continuous also, because sometimes the political aspect is not so continuous. The political support is not so continuous. So this is very important. For example, we are developing the ASA plan in the region where I work, in Sardinia. We started 5 years ago. And each time that the political side change, we have to, in some way, begin again the process. That is not possible. So we need to be a continuous process. So thank you very much again. And now I have the pleasure to introduce you the next speaker, that is Andrea Fabris. He's the director of the Italian Fishermen Association, that is prepared a presentation together with Claudio Pedroni, that is the vice president of the API, the Finfish Farmer Aquaculture Association. So please, Andrea, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Erika. To go is there. Thank you. You introduced very well with the political commitment comment, and I'm pleased to be here with this presentation made by Florence with Claudio, that is the vice president of API, and me, presenting some issues that are completely a bad example, respect the good practice that Isidro has just now told to us. Because, yes, I would like to justify what they say. Alex, sorry. So we know that about aquaculture is very important to save growth, to have new jobs, economic creation. You can see the geographical map of Italy for finfish license that are 19. So this is a way to frustration by my members to have only this number, 19 concessions in 8,000 kilometers of coasts, and Italy is the main EU market for sea bass and sea bream. So this is something like a contradiction. We need fish from aquaculture. We have no concession, no license, sorry. So this is, and now I would like to make 2 or 3 slides analyzing the situation and hoping that the bad example I said before is something that can help to have a better answers at the Mediterranean level. So starting with all is administrative complexity. Is the opposite. Sorry, Isidro, I take your example because it's very good for me to have this exchange. I don't read your presentation. For example, in a region that is that has a big important industry of fish farming, you need to go to 11 offices, different offices, to have a license. Then we will see the different aspects, that is sanitary aspect, environmental aspects, archaeological aspects, landscape aspects. So there are a lot of things that you have to. This is very, very time consuming, and also it is uncertainty, because it is one of 11 that opposite your papers, and we are at level of papers, not online. It is a problem. You can lose all the process, or you have to restart it. Then investment risks. It's clear that we have time consuming, but also uncertainty of the investment you make. A bank probably cannot give you money if you are not sure to have a license. So if you need, as usually, 3 years to have a license, a bank is not so very, very committed to be this investment. Some legal misalignment. I don't know if in other EU countries, this is a EU problem mainly, there is this not complete reading or very good interpretation of some directives. One example for us is the Bolkestein Directive. It is a directive from 2006, it's number 123 of EU, and is directed to services companies. For example, the beach concession, the beach license for having establishment in the beach, bathing, whatever. And there is not a clear interpretation in all the national, in all the Italian territory, and you can have this problem where some local authority is against your license because have to be a call to do that. Also, this is very jointed with the second this point, with the fragmentation of jurisdictional responsibilities. There is no uniformity in awarding the process to the overlapping, that there are overlapping responsibilities, not only overlapping directives, regulation, but overlapping responsibilities. In somewhere is the municipality that is allowed to give you the license, in some others the region, in some others the state authority. So it is not clear. This is a not fair level playing field inside the nation. Because in Italy, aquaculture is usually structured and the responsibility is structured by regions, not by the national authority. So this could be also. Again, and we are going to the other issue. 8,000 kilometers of coasts means a lot of interests, a lot of conflicts between different industry, port activity, recreational activities, tourism, and they have different issues related to environmental, archaeological, as I say before, landscape constraints, and there are others. The last one, just yesterday I listened, probably Erika knows also, Italy in the EU countries is the one country that has most part of coastal and marine areas, protected environmental areas, under the different Habitat Directive, whatever, Natura 2000. So it is very difficult to have space for aquaculture, and that is what we need. Last one, but not least, is the social acceptability. We consume a lot, as I say, we are the most important consumers in Europe of sea bass and sea bream, but people, the consumers or whatever, have not established the rule of sustainability of aquaculture. Not clear in their mind that we can supply food, good food, secure food, and always, especially for the coastal area. We have, you probably know, some beaches and whatever. There is the NIMBY syndrome, you know, not even backyard syndrome, that is very persistent in many areas. So this clear not application of AZA, and Erika have give us some example for the region that she lives. We have this technical guidelines. We know that GFCM have made the first recommendation, if I don't worry, they've done wrong in the 2012. Yes. EU make marine spatial planning in 2014, but we are in 2026 and we are not clear. We have this publication on where associations, both for finfish and shellfish, have participated, and we have these guidelines that are a very good tool, and they can give you all indications. It's a big book, but it is not applied. This is the problem. So AZA is a very good tool, but have to be applied. In conclusion, this is what I would like to see. It's not a good example again, sorry for this, but it's very important because we are inside an important area. We are an important also country, and we have important regulations that are for the GFCM, but also for you, that are very good, a good framework, but we don't apply well this, and this makes us out of a level playing field. And this is not true, and is not so good for us. Just, I give you just an overview what we have don't talk to do with AZA. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea, for this very interesting presentation. Now we can move to the next speaker, that is Victor Nita. Is associated with the GFCM Aquaculture Demonstration Center in Romania, and which support the testing, demonstration, and transfer of good practices for sustainable aquaculture.
Hello, everybody. I want to thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be part of this meeting, even if I could not be there physically. I will present today, even if online, about the designation of allocated zones for aquaculture on the Romanian coast. Example of good practices. The designation of the first allocated zone for aquaculture on the Romanian coast was done through the project Scientific and Informational Support aiming at fostering blue growth by allocating zones for aquaculture in the Black Sea. This was a project carried out within the Aquaculture Demonstration Center in Constanța. The methodology we applied was the one based on the degree of compatibility. This was used to assess the level of interest and estimate the degree of compatibility of the pre-selected area according to the methodology drawn up by Macias, Del Castillo, y Rey, using 12 parameters respectively. Uses compatibility. This was a parameter assessed as a follow-up to the analysis of all uses documented in the EMODNet Human Activities database. Depth was retrieved from the EMODNet bathymetry portal. Medium swell and extreme swell, the annual mean values for wave height and maximum wave height provided by CMEMS. The average speed of currents retrieved also from CMEMS and based on the NEMO general circulation model. The water quality index based on a formula that included the dissolved oxygen, temperature, salinity, total suspended solids, chlorophyll A, and nitrates. These were data from our Institute survey database. The bionomic, the ecosystem value, this was done by expert judgment considering the overall ecosystem value of the areas. The seabed data from UCMAP, from EMODNet seabed habitats. The dissolved oxygen was retrieved from our own survey data in the past 10 years. Also, temperature, salinity, and chlorophyll were, the values were retrieved from our own measurements database. The case study of shellfish farming in Agigea area. First of all, we assessed the uses compatibility, and we noticed that in the Agigea area, there are no potential major conflicts with other uses of maritime space. Even if it is somehow close to shore and small-scale fishing activities are carried out, but this activity does not interfere majorly with shellfish aquaculture. So we consider the suitability index for this parameter to be 1. For depth, we noticed that the average water depth is 17.5 meters here at the location. So it is good for shellfish farming. We give the value of 1 for suitability index. And regarding the medium swell, it is between 1.8 and 2.5 meters. This is good, but not perfect. So we can estimate a suitability index of 0. This is also for the extreme swell. The extreme swell is a little bit big, but not very big. So we can consider it neutral somehow. So we give the 0 value. And regarding the currents, the mean values of the intensity of surface currents is between 20 and 30 centimeters per second. So this gave a suitability index negative of -1. We calculated here the water quality index. We used the formula taking into account the minimum value of dissolved oxygen, the minimum value of seawater temperature, the salinity, and the standard deviation of the salinity, the total suspended solids, the maximum value for chlorophyll A. This is very important for shellfish aquaculture. The maximum value of nitrates. So after applying the water quality index equation, the results for the Agigea area was 4.06, which results in a suitability index of 0 for this parameter. So we can consider the water quality in Agigea as appropriate, but not perfect for shellfish aquaculture activities. The bionomic value, the ecosystem value actually, despite the fact that the proposed ASA partially overlaps with Natura 2000 site, there is no foreseen conflict with nature conservation because all the essential habitats and conservation species are located in the shallow water. So we can see that most of our polygon does not overlap with the species or the habitats that are within the conservation objectives for this Natura 2000 site. So we can say that the suitability index is positive, is 1. Regarding the seabed structure in the area is appropriate for mooring and anchoring the longline facilities. We can find here muddy sand and sandy muds mixed. So the suitability index is good, is 1. For the dissolved oxygen and the temperature, the data observed in our database, in our own database, allowed us to give positive value for suitability index. There are good values for shellfish aquaculture, while salinity and chlorophyll A are somehow average, modest values, and this gave us only the opportunity to give 0 value for the suitability index. Okay, and now after all this analysis, we drawn up this table with all the parameters, the values, the suitability index we gave for every parameter, and also the K, the weighting factor that modulates the values. And after making all the calculus, the final degree of compatibility for Agigea area was 42. So you can see that in the range between 30 and 100, we can consider it as a high degree of compatibility. So this clearly indicates that overall, using all the values and taking into account the importance of every parameter, we can clearly say that this area is suitable for shellfish aquaculture activities because we couldn't find interference with other uses of maritime space and no conflicts with nature conservation, and one-on-one the environmental conditions are appropriate for bivalve culture. Our project, our result allowed this area to be used by the first shellfish farm in Romania. So in the summer of 2021, the installation of the first operational mussel farm at the Romanian coast in our designated area, in the area designated by us, was settled. Now, the water classification, as per Regulation 629 in 2019, the waters are classified in Class A, allows the operator to market the harvest obtained from the long lines. Also, our inputs for this development were recognized. So the research industry partnership was sealed by a collaboration protocol between our aquaculture demonstration center and the first farmer, the first economic operator in Romania. What's next? It's already happening, and we hope to boost the new project further on. We received technical assistance for the development of oyster farming in Romania by the letter of agreement signed with the GFCM. So we have three outputs, main outputs. First of all, conduct an experimental trial on oyster farming in cages and to prepare the report on this. It's already done. The experiment lasted for 1 year and the results are absolutely spectacular. You can see that the growth rate of our oysters was excellent. The oysters reached their first commercial size in April 2025, and by the end of the trial in October 2025, the mean weight of the oysters surpassed 130 grams, with some exceptional individuals even heavier than 150 grams. Also, the exceptional meat to shell ratio is important to be noticed. It was up to 30%, which confirms the importance of the trophicity of the Black Sea. And also in terms of organoleptic characteristics, at the workshop for presenting the results of our endeavor, all the participants were absolutely thrilled by the quality and the taste of the oysters in the Black Sea. So this also overlaps with the output 2 to promote the ADC and to boost the activities of the ADC in Constanța through implementation of the specialized workshop I told you about. The private sector is very interested in this species now. They know about it. They didn't know very much about how to grow oysters. And the farmer in Agija that I told you before is very, very interested to develop, beside mussels, to develop some oyster long lines. And looking into the future, the output 3, to establish a pilot hatchery for shellfish in Constanța Aquaculture Demonstrative Center. It's very important to try to supply with spot for the private companies interested in oyster aquaculture, and also it is very important to look in the future for the restorative aquaculture, because in a well-established hatchery with the help of the GFCM, and I thank again and again to the GFCM and all the aquaculture team for supporting us, for helping us with all necessary equipments and facilities. A good established hatchery for shellfish in the ADC in Romania will also be able to reproduce endangered species, for example, pectens or native oysters or any ecological important species for restorative aquaculture. So I will stop now. I hope I was clear enough and not very long. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to make this presentation, and I wish you a good and successful meeting. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. Sorry. And I think that we can start now the discussion. Please.
Thank you, Silvia. So my question will be for Isidro. So you said that there is a period of 6 months to 2 years you can get the license. My first question is, during this time, are you paying the lease for the area or not? Or you are making the contract up? Because one of the documents is the contract for the area. The second, and I'll give you the mic. The second is, what is the validity for the license? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, during the process, you don't pay nothing. I know you pay a tax for the validation of the process. A small amount only for the work. No. When you have the license, you must pay a caution for the area. That is something that you no. It's like it's like for you, if you have a penalty, if you in the final of the time of the license, if you don't take off all the infrastructure that you build in this place, the state have this money to take off all this infrastructure. But
for old one, but for the new one,
yeah, it's a deposit. Yes, but we try to change that because we pay in terms of the investment. How much you invest, how much you must pay, and sometimes the investment is not related with more environmental problems. If you have some equipment that is more efficient, for example, it's more expensive, but you must pay more deposit for that. Yes, and the validity of the license, we try to change that also because you have 10 years. If you are in public domain, if you have the effluents in public domain, you have only 10 years and renewal. But it's always not certain. And we try to put that on at least at 25 years. We're working that now.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Oh, sorry, I cannot stand up here. Okay, for Erika, question about environmental monitoring programs that are set by the competent authority on the environment when you request your license at the beginning after an environmental impact assessment. Okay, one of our, as a producer, our main challenges for moving ahead is the use of the precautionary principle. A lot in environmental monitoring programs, in which we farmers are requested to look into a lot of issues that are not, that producers think that are not so important. And I do think that in most cases, from an objective point of view, they are not absolutely necessary, but they make the monitoring very, very expensive. So when you talk about well-designed MEPs, okay, how do you not oversize them? How do you make them streamlined to be sort of effective? No doubt we have to take care of the environment, but not oversized. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. First of all, it's not everywhere in all the countries like this. And the environmental impact assessment depends on the size of the license. Because for the environmental impact assessment in Italy, I think that is an European law. the concession for finfish aquaculture must be wider than 5 hectares. Otherwise, you don't need the environmental impact assessment. And I think also, and after is one question for Isidro for this, if it's compulsory or not. For the environmental monitoring programs within the GFCM, we had a lot of discussion in order to avoid this kind of problem. A lot of parameters that are not meaningful and are very expensive. And even the competent authorities sometimes are not able to judge if the conditions are good or not, and what to do if the condition overcome some thresholds, for example. So why I have to measure this parameter if at the end it's not meaningful, it's not useful, etc. So we had a short list of parameters for sediment and water components, with the sediment part more important, with just 5 variables, just 5 parameters that are meaningful, that can give you an idea of the impact of aquaculture. For example, the sulfide, the polykid component, etc. Not so much, because they're not meaningful. I read different environmental monitoring programs coming from different farmers that collect a lot of information, for example, in the water column. But it's not important to evaluate the impact, because the main impact, you know, it's on the sediment on the bottom. So why you have to collect this kind of information? So the guidelines will guide farmers, but also competent authorities to have this short list of meaningful information. But thank you very much.
Can I?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi. I'm Fabrizio Capoccioni from Italy. I'm a researcher and I give my technical support to the ministry. Just a consideration, like other countries, in Italy are the regions, the local administration are responsible for the establishing of the AZA and issuing the licenses. The central administration has only a coordinating role. Just last Monday, through the Aqua platform, a multi-stakeholder platform of the ministry, all the relevant regional offices have been invited to discuss and push about the progress of the AZA. A sort of moral suasion, this is the role that the ministry could do, reminding them that in our aquaculture strategic plan, there is a main objective of increasing the number of production sites. The tools, as Andrea said, like guidelines, are available. What lacks sometimes is the political will. I would like to conclude anyway with a good news. For example, the Liguria region has recalled to the authority to issue license from the municipalities, which had initially delegated with very negative consequences for the authorization process. Now they hope this will significantly shorten the process. And this is an example of political will, as well as in Sardinia, for example, where, as Erika said before, the AZA process takes 5 years. So it's not easy, but the goal is well written in our strategic plans. So we need to do and to progress about that.
Thank you very much. Other comments? Yes, sorry.
My name is Rashid Anan from Algeria. I am now a researcher in aquaculture policies. And before I was a policies maker at ministry. Is true, certainly is the governance is very, very important to improve the aquaculture production and support the farmers, but I think is not enough. Why? Because the aquaculture activity, particularly marine aquaculture, is activity of a high, very high risk. First. Second, need a very heavy investment, big money, both for investment and operating farms. For this, we must not forget two things: insurance of aquaculture, and financement. For example, in Algeria, now with governance and support of aquaculture farmers, license now to get license for aquaculture, no need more than 3 months. 3 months. If you have technical economic studies, good studies, and fastly with commission 3 months, you get license. We have support from government of bank credit to investment and operating farmers, and very, very low cost of tax. TVA, reduced TVA, zero custom clearance for import feed and larvae and fingerling, and the license is very low tax, 15 euros per 1 hectare per years of area in marine. But with all this, we cannot fastly grow the aquaculture production, especially during the last years. Why? We have now many aquaculture have license. I think my colleague Tufik have all the number, the data. We have many persons have license and no start yet. We have many farm operating by only 3% of capacity production. Now, the capacity production of cases of sea bream and sea bass is more than 40,000 tons, but the really production is around 10,007, 8 to 10,000 tons. Why? All the farmers have the access and the facility, the support for government to get money from bank, but the bank need the guarantees, and the farmer, the all investment, the farmer used all their own guarantees to get the investment credit, and when finish the stabilization of farms and arrive to operating farm, need many money and haven't guarantees to get. For this, we must think about insurance because it's a very high risk, and think of solution about financement, some new method of financement. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have a short question for Erika. Is there a reflection or ongoing discussion on adapting EMPS to the different levels of technical capacity of countries, particularly in the Southern Mediterranean? Thank you.
Sorry. So if we have an environmental monitoring program that is related with the technical capacity of the countries, we are developing these guidelines. Within the guidelines will be available all the protocols to collect the data, information, how to analyze the samples, where to run the samples, where to collect the samples, etc. In this way, we can overcome this kind of issues. I know that, for example, in Turkey, during the Sumai conference, if I remember correctly, 2 years ago, more or less, we had a training related with this environmental monitoring program activities. And I think that was very important to have this kind of training and activities through GFCM. Sorry, Sam, would you like to add something?
Yes, just to complete for the context of Algeria, that we have an agreement with Algeria to support them in the EMP implementation. We started with ASA, so we started the first phase on ASA capacity building last year, and we'll continue this year with some pilot testing the guidelines that Erika presented. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Vasil Kovalenko. I'm from Ukraine. I have a question related to the fact that Ukraine has very large artificial inland water bodies, is about 3,000 kilometers in total, which remain largely utilized to aquaculture due to the regulatory restriction and conflicts with other water users. We are interested in whether the EU approaches to zoning and aquaculture and allocation of aquaculture can be adapted to inland continental waters and not only to coastal areas in order to clearly demarcate aquaculture zones while ensuring environmental protection and multi-purpose compatibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are discussing already within the TAG these kind of activities to establish a framework to develop allocated zone for aquaculture and aquaculture management areas in inland water. So thank you very much. Philippos, please. Sorry.
Now, yes, it was a very positive presentation. I think that many of us got jealous of what you're doing there. So I've got very 4 simple questions. How long did it take from the concept to materialize? Who was the initiator? Who were the big objectors? And who was the catalyst to reach to what you have now?
Well, I don't have all the answers for this question, but I remember this is a political process that started with the General Direction of Fisheries. And the first 2 years don't work very well. It's a lot of problems with informatic questions and related problems with technical problems. But I think it's very consensual programs for all the entities. I don't see any problems with these environmental entities are more difficult to work, but with this program work as well. Another thing that we do in this program is the forms of the production. Each farmer every year send the production of the last year until March or April, and that is important to maintain the license of activity. If you don't send the production, you can lose the license and financial support for the funds. Yes. I don't know if I answered. Socioeconomical also, with the people working, the age of the people, everything, all the data. Yes.
Just pay attention, because all this digitalization that in Portugal we started to implement in pretty much every department, from the agriculture to housing, for example. This all works in terms of subcontracts. So the problem we have now is that, well, in 2016, when they implemented BEMAR, the contract was to implement this with an IT company for 2 years, during 2 years. So they made the code, they launched the application, and now we faced some things that we need to change in a platform, some bugs and some other aspects. And the problem is always you need to go to that same company, or else the other company that picks the code takes a lot of time to see it. So this is an issue that we need to take into account when doing these contracts with the IT companies to develop these applications. Of course, we do not have enough money in our government to have IT spread through all the departments of the government, but this is much more a pressing issue regarding all these platforms, because we create the platforms, but then we need to update them, and it's impossible with the resources we have. So just keep it in mind.
I would like just to add something, taking advantage of the importance of data that are transmitted, because I started my presentation saying, okay, we have an NASA plan, we have to reach an objective. This is the work that we have to do to reach that objective. Data are very important. We discussed a lot about data. Also, we have the data collection within the GFCM. So the data for us, for researchers, but also for competent authorities, are very important to understand if we are doing well or not, and where we have to work better to have more production and to foster the sectors. Thank you. I don't know if there are some other comments. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Erika, do you have a list of the parameters that and the frequency of the samples for example, for sea cages? For example, I have an example here for our company in island of Madeira. They need to do, I don't know, but they need to do every 6 months. I think 5 points of samples with 3 replicates each point, and more 5 points in the bottom, and they must see things like macroinvertebrates.
Thank you very much. So we are talking about parameters and sample sites that we have to consider. We are developing these guidelines. We are developing together with Paolo Tomassetti from ISPRA in Italy and Professor Karakassis, mainly from Greece. We decided to apply the same methodology that were developed for Italy. So the amount of samplings depends on the typology of your farms. So the dispersion of the area and the density. And this is the first. So you have 3 different typologies. So if you, for example, you have the less impacting activities, you can collect the data just once per year on the maximum biomass period. And you have these water and sediment parameters. In the guidelines, we selected through the tag just 5 parameters for the sediment, and are already available in the report also. Mainly the nitrogen, the sulfide, the macrobenthic communities, but not all the macrobenthic communities, just the polychaetes communities. And at the moment, I don't remember the other 2, but we can have a look after. And after, as I said before, also the water parameters, but it's a sort of accompanying variables, not the most important variables. And also the location depends on the main currents. So are not 5 fixed sampling sites, it depends on the area and on the dispersivity of the area, because it's the main component that is directly linked with organic matter deposition on the bottom, on the seafloor.
Yes, I think we have more than that is mandatory, because here the question, the limit is the production. 600 tons, you can do that once a year. More than 600 tons, you must do that every 6 months, all this analysis. But doesn't matter. I'm going to read these guidelines to understand what.
Okay, thank you.
I have another question. Erika, what do you need? What kind of input would you need from the people who are here for your further work to improve this or the further guidelines you are preparing?
For the environmental monitoring program guidelines. Experience, case studies, examples, of course, because, for example, we collected a lot of different sampling protocols that are already applied, even if not mandatory, in order to understand how to harmonize these different methodologies. So it's very important also the perspective from Portuguese association in order to incorporate all and to be meaningful for farmers and for competent authorities and sustainable for the environment. So yes, please share your experience and your protocols. Thank you.
So we will inform you and everyone who is interested about Erika's contacts, and we would like you to follow up with her. And then I have a question to the audience as well. How do you think that the work of Erika and the example from Portugal can help you? How we could reach out to the authorities and maybe demonstrate this, what happened in Portugal, and who we should address there. Do you think your environmental ministries will be available that, hello, we can have a good practice from somewhere else, we think it's a good practice, or what should be the steps? Any ideas? Because that's where we are blocked, yeah? Everybody's hungry. Low sugar levels in the room.
Diego from Spain. I will say something. Probably the people that could respond to this is not here today. In the case of Spain, is the own Ministry of Agriculture in collaboration with the Ministry of Environment, the ones who are requiring to the sector the things that we have to produce for them. So it would be nice to see the technicians from the government, and specifically in our case, the ones from Spain, participating in these kind of meetings to bring all this information together and put in common. But yes, from the aquaculture sector, the only thing that we can say is that we produce for them what they are requiring us. So just for giving you an example, from time to time when we present a kind of restructuration of facilities or application for a new site for production, we are asked for providing then contingency plans or forecasting models to know what is going to happen in this site in the next 40 or 30 years. And this is something that, in our case, we as producers, is something that is over our capacities. So we are responding to the requirements of the governments, and in this case of environmental things, they are the ones who should give you collaboration more than us.
Very quick. I completely agree with my Spanish colleague here. The responsibility of application of this license is usually, or most in Italy, on behalf of different ministries. So it means that we need coordination on this, and that they take occasion, that is a representative of DG Mare here, to again remind what Kathleen say. We need a common aquaculture policy. We are agriculture, okay, but too much time we are inside common fisheries policy. We need an aquaculture common policy, and something of these things could be solved. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Garasi. I'm from Apromar, from Spain. About what Silvia was mentioning, I think producers association like Apromar, for example, in Spain, we have the opportunity, we have the connection to the administration bodies. So we are the one that can propose to do this implementation of what Portugal is doing, because it's really interesting. We're not applying it at the moment in Spain, for example, and I think it will be very, very helpful. So even if they're not here, we can talk to them and propose this idea and do a collective action. And I wanted to mention other thing, that it will be very interesting to know what is going on inside of the administrative bodies. I would like to talk with that guy that has to say yes to that document and pass it to the next ministry, for example. I would like to know what are their problems, because some of them, I think they are afraid of saying yes to something if something happens, responsibilities, things like that. Maybe if we collect what are they also their problems, we can address them also collectively. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Alkis Parpura. I would like to make a comment here. A lot of people in our case, also in Greece, we have a lot of data. We are collecting. The farms are collecting a lot of data. They are obliged, of course, etc. And still, there are people that consider that we do nothing. We don't check the environment. Mikios, they are just coming up and say the environment is completely destroyed, etc. So I believe that a lot of these parameters that we are collecting, that they show that this is not the case. It needs to be a bit more public. And of course, the farms, they don't want to publish their results, etc. And they are even afraid also to share these between themselves and with the public, etc. But then this would be an answer to a lot of questions raised and a lot of public I don't know, discomfort, I would use the word, like that, and it is in our thinking, let's say, in order to do something more, to publicize a lot more data, because then you would see that, I mean, these people that they are in here, they do know it, that the fish needs clean water, and they, in order not to have diseases, in order to grow well, etc. This is common sense for the sector, but it is not common sense for the public. So, okay, I understand that you are taking a lot of measures, etc., and polykits, and I don't know what, and I am in the same sector, so I know about these things, but not everybody knows. They believe that everybody can do whatever they want. I mean, I heard about the Algeria story, and I said, oh, that's a great place to make investment, etc. And it's not that we are not protecting the environment, but we have to make it common knowledge. That's the only comment that I want to make.
Hello, just to give my experience as a farmer in Portugal. We produce a lot of data to the authorities, and usually we are able to negotiate a long time the number of samples and the parameters that we should report in order to reduce the cost. This is my experience is land farming, but with of course a lot of structures in the sea to pump the water, and as long as the authorities gain trust on the impact of our activity in the environment around us, land and sea, they tend to accept reducing the number of samples and the parameters and so on. But we have an interesting example that often happens, which is the coastline, because we are, of course, the increasing of the sea level is eating our shore. And of course, our activity does not have any influence on that, because this is something that is happening for a lot of other reasons, and not our activity. But we are obliged every 2 years to have an external expert measuring the effective coastline. I don't know how you call it in English. So, and why this happens? This happens also with a certain bird or a certain species around us, and this is because they need data, in fact, for other purposes, and uses us because we are placed there to collect that data in order to for other purposes, of course, but not to evaluate the impact of our activity in the farm. But as a whole, just to say that our experience is that we should always try to negotiate, if it's not every month, every 6 months, and with time, it usually works. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think that we can close this session for this morning. We can have lunch now.
Yes, thank you very much. So the lunch is downstairs where we had the breakfast, and we will have 1 hour lunch break. So I would like you to come back here at 2:15, 2:15. Thank you very much and have a nice lunch.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Shall we start? All right. So hello, everybody. I hope you had a good lunch. It's always the case of pathology. It comes just before lunch or after lunch. So I'm very pleased to be here today, to be in Greece again, and also to be in this very important event and to chair or to coordinate the session of pathology, which is in the very heart, I think, of the sustainable aquaculture in the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. So today, I think that we have been talking on aquaculture sustainability from different angles: governance, climate change, environmental, and this will bring us to, or brought us to a very, let's say, operational and concrete dimension of the sustainability of aquaculture, is how to bridge people together. And this is, I think, a typical example of us today. And within the frame of GFCM work, I think pathology issues are not only technical issues, but it's a shared responsibility. And this is why we are here today, and especially for a PPP, like public and especially the private, because fish farms, I think, are the place where pathogens emerge, spread, controlled, and sometimes not fail to be controlled. And that's why, without the involvement of fish farmers and farmer associations, I think there's no regional strategy that can be effective. So within the session, we will be listening to the shared experience from, very happy, from the private side and their expectations, because they really need solution, you know that, and they can give also solutions. And then we will link to the welfare, which is increasingly considered as a not an ethical only, but a technical indicator of good health management. So let me start by just putting all this in the bath of the target objectives. And I will be just introducing the activities as the Aquatic Animal Health and Biosecurity Coordinator. So as an introduction, I think that I'll start saying that animal disease do not respect national boundaries. I think that everybody will be okay with that. And that's why we are not only talking about aquaculture, but also wild population, which are facing common threats or health threats. And the main very, very recent example is the viral nervous necrosis or nodavirus mortality that the nodavirus caused mass mortality in wild grouper, but not only groupers, other species herein, also detected by our Italian colleagues also. And the hotspots were in many places. You see how many countries has officially at least reported these grouper mass mortalities, and maybe some didn't get even the chance to detect. Also, pathogens are emerging and re-emerging also, and they are expanding their host range and geographical distribution. The best example also can be given. It's a very famous now example, which is the Lactococcus garvae, let's start with, which for us as pathologists, we used to consider this as a freshwater disease. Now it's spreading to marine. And we can find it in our sea bass, in our sea bream at different ages. And all of this, of course, are amplified by the climate change, which is the problem maybe is not having higher temperatures, of course, a part of that, because it can emerge new pathogens in new areas, but also the shift, this change, which will alter or alters the pathogen dynamics and also increase the stress. So it will lead to emergence and spread of other infectious diseases. And these are some photos of, maybe you will recognize some of them in your routine assessment. And that's why during the last 2 years within the TAG group, we have we're very satisfied of this achievement, because it was a result of many consultation and brainstorming between different experts from the Mediterranean region. And we have generated a primarily, or an initiative, regional pathogen list of pathogens which are very important from the economical point of view. They are not listed diseases. They are not notifiable to the World Aquaculture, it's the World Organization of Animal Health, or Aquatic Animal Health also, but they are the pathogens causing mass mortality in our highly economic fish or aquatic hosts. They are not notifiable, so unfortunately, what we usually would find is that competent authority, they are not really concentrating on that. I don't say that a lot of countries, they are not doing very well with them too, because we do have examples, but also we have different level of interest and also surveillance in these diseases. So you can find like a list. This is 10 pathogens targeting marine, freshwater, and molluscus also. So the idea is we are very conscious of the consequences of the diseases and what they are causing, and the emerging also ones of them. So the idea is to try to push people working in the Mediterranean to prioritize these pathogens in their future work, from the policy point of view and also from the research point of view. And I think that the TAG will be a very good umbrella for that. So in order to improve, we have to measure, and that's why we need to have a better access to the health information. And here, in response to that, GFCM has been developing, I think now it's developed, and Roberto can confirm that, a dedicated digital application, or it's an innovative tool. It's our pathology Facebook, okay? So it's a place where we can exchange and facilitate the communication between the experts. And it is technically, it's a Viva Engage tool, and it's integrated within the GFCM extranet. And here, for example, the dashboard, where you can see that you have open discussions, you can put your questions, you have some answers, you can collect papers, scientific documents, put in as a library. You can also put your inputs, pictures, videos, other documents also. So it's very advantageous because you can use it on your PC and also on your mobile phone. So very interesting to people from the field, also to ask for some diagnostic confirmation, for example. And yeah. So to continue in this context, also after brainstorming, many cross-cutting issues have emerged. And the most important is that it's not easy to understand when and where the disease has started. So co-infection are the most challenging in the disease management at the farm level. And at a Mediterranean level, biosecurity gaps, they do not really come from the lack of knowledge. We do have knowledge, we do have data, maybe fragmented, but we do have. But rather, we need more structured operational and regulatory laws or to cover these kind of gaps, especially at the field or farm level, and also, why not, compartmental also. So the situation analysis also showed that we have very different practices. We do have good practices, but very different. So we need, there's a limit of harmonization in relation to SOPs. And many countries or experts expressed the urgent need for the antibiotic alternatives. Coming to the AMR or the antimicrobial resistance issue, and vaccination also was highlighted. This is to have a better access to the VMPs, which are the veterinary medical products. And we will see more about that later. So as a harmonization procedure, what we started to do is that we started a series of publication. We are not starting from scratch. We do have very nice manuals, very nice guidelines. So the idea is to focus on what we can do as complementary or as a new thing to highlight. And here we wanted to have a series under the big title of Building Resilience in the Mediterranean. And this is through the addressing of emerging disease, biosecurity gaps, AMR, and epidemiological challenges. So the first chapter was dedicated to lactococcus. It was a very hard outbreak in different countries, and really it's an issue in the ongoing phase and also in the hatcheries. And the second one is to focus on a biosecurity sheet or biosecurity chapter, but which is dedicated to the Mediterranean species and the fish cages, for example, and to the IMTA system. So very, very Mediterranean angle to look to the biosecurity. And the third one will be on AMR and AMU use, antimicrobial use. And this is also very important. The challenge here is to collect data from the legislative point of view. So we don't find really big amount of data from all the basin. So coming back to the idea that the aquatic disease is not only about mortality or fish mortality at the farm, it's also a shared and ecological and economic challenge. So we also can say that vaccination is the best management tool for aquaculture. So in French, we say mieux prévenir que guérir. So it's so you need to prevent better than treatment, or prevention is better than treatment, I think. And vaccination in fish is generally a successful story, and this is the typical example of Norway, I think, with the purple histograms, which are the antimicrobial molecules used, and when there's an arrow missing, sorry, so at the end of the histograms, there we start the vaccination, and then you see the reduced use of antimicrobials, and the red line is the increase in production. So on the other hand, aquatic vaccine implementation now across the Mediterranean countries will not be that easy, because there are some issues, you know, about the vaccine available or licensed in the countries. Here's a list of the licensed vaccine in the Med. There is the regulatory framework, which is very hard to work on. Here we can talk afterwards about the auto vaccines, for example. And there's the cost. Here, all of these vaccines are live vaccines or inactivated, chemical inactivated vaccines. Now we have new generation of vaccines. We can talk afterwards about irradiated vaccines, which work very well in the terrestrial, and there's no irradiated vaccine for aquaculture. It's a low-cost vaccine, because here we have to think also about the price of the fry. And then of course, the farm scale feasibility, of course. So there's a lot of things that we can work on, and especially to start with the research and to focus more on improving the existing vaccine and reduce the cost, and then the regulatory constraints. And also we have to think about vaccines for difficult pathogens or emerging pathogens, because they are the pathogens that we cannot control. The others, the routine one, we do have best practices to reduce or mitigate their impact. But for a new pathogen to come, that will be the challenge. So I will not be so long anymore. In conclusion, no single actor can address this challenge by himself. And here we need this strong collaboration between all the stakeholders. And of course, we need to be aligned with what we call now the One Health and the One Welfare concepts. And usually we don't make it as an automatic procedure, especially at an administration level. So we need to encourage more and more the integration of the climate change risk assessment in the aquatic animal disease surveillance. So we usually do not do that. And in conclusion, I think that the TAG Aquatic Animal Health team needs to be bigger. So this is a call to join or to propose to other colleagues to join the TAG with the help of the GFCM secretary, and because we need to really complement these decision-making authorities with a scientific-based evidence to bridge what we have knowledge from the field, scientific knowledge, and the field. So this is a regional opportunity that we do not have to miss. Thank you so much for your attention. So I continue. Sorry, I didn't bring my agenda.
So now we will have an online. Yes, okay. It's coming back. Okay, I was worried. Okay. No problem. Okay. So we have an online speaker. So we are trying to reach him. Okay.
Yes. So we will pass to the next speaker in the session, and he's Mr. Nuno Ribeiro, who will represent the Portuguese, I think, Aquaculture Association, the APA. So he will bring for us practical experience from the Portuguese side, and with particular insights into fish health management and operational best practices. So Mr. Nuno is not able to join us, and he will present online.
So first of all, I would like to apologize for not being present there. Unfortunately, I had already some commitments for this week when this opportunity came. I'll be speaking a little bit about what are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of fish health in Portugal. So most of you know that Portugal is not located in the Mediterranean, so it's in the outside of the Mediterranean, so in the Atlantic waters, but very near the outlet of the Mediterranean. Our farms are located both inland in ponds and flow-through and RAS systems, but also in cage sites, both in the south of Portugal and in the islands, in the archipelago of Madeira mainly. And our aquaculture production has increased almost doubled in the last 10 years, and it's supposed to grow even more in the next few years with some big projects on fish production. For now, for the last statistics we have, the most produced species was turbot, followed by sea bream, then sea bass, and other minor species. So let's start by what I find as strengths and some examples, practical examples of this. I will speak about fish vaccination, even though it's not 100% implemented. The few farms that do actually implement the complete vaccination schemes have very important results and very significant. We hardly find any case nowadays of Vibrio angularum in farms that use IP vaccinated fish. Another good example is one farm of sea bream that used to have chronic cases with photobacteriosis, with 2 to 3 outbreaks per batch of this disease. And we had faced an 87% reduction in the use of antimicrobials in this farm after initiating an IP vaccination scheme in most batches. There are also other examples from flatfish that are not in here, but the fact is, indeed, vaccination is working as long as we implement it seriously, and it might take a couple of years or 2 or 3 years to get to these results, but they end up appearing. So it's not immediate, but the results do appear finally. Another good example is working as colleagues in between different farms rather than competition in terms of fish health management through communication. And I bring again one example from there where there are 2 different companies working with cage farms. There are joint juvenile fish transports in these farms. One of the farms is registered as a medicated feed distributor that holds stock and sells to the other farm. So they work together in this to keep the stocks in the island. And also there is frequent communication to overcome fish health issues and for biosecurity purposes. Weaknesses. Poor husbandry practices, as it has been mentioned before. There are very different biosecurity measures implemented in the Mediterranean amongst different farms. The thing I would say that is the most shocking still is to still using too high stocking densities both in ponds and cages, and this has been demonstrated that is clearly connected and linked to poor results in the end of the cycles. But there are also the lack of implementing of following periods due to the continuous production in every single site, and this is obviously a threat to the production itself. Also, we only have one antibiotic registered for fish, which is the oxytetracycline. Using other antibiotics would be possible, but not in a timely manner, so that we can treat fish urgently, because we would need a special authorization for the importation of these substances. This takes time. It takes time to produce the medicated feed. It takes time to transport it. And even if we think about islands, which is a lot further away than the inland farms, obviously this takes way too much time. So it's not feasible to use this importation of other medicines. Only having one antibiotic only means that we will face antimicrobial resistance at some point, and we already had. We've had at least one case in which we were not able to treat, and all we did was waiting for the outbreak to go away. Opportunities. So, as said in the beginning of the presentation, the industry is growing, so scale might mean more opportunities for service companies, which ultimately will impact the day-to-day lives of the farms and the companies that work in Portugal. Also, bigger market hopefully will mean more registered medicines due to more interest from the pharmaceutical companies in the country. And also there is a new autogenous vaccine producer focused on fish vaccines, which is the Pronoth Biotech, located in Portugal, to overcome the issue with the import of autogenous vaccines that we have. The authorities so far were authorizing importation of autogenous vaccines, but we have one autogenous vaccines producer for all species, all animal species in Portugal, but had no experience with fish, and the authorities mentioned that at some point they would close the access to these imported autogenous vaccines. So it is very important that we have now one lab that is focusing on fish to serve the aquaculture producers in Portugal. In terms of threats, so one of the main one is definitely the biosecurity. We lack hatcheries of marine species apart from flatfish. We don't have any hatchery apart from this fish. And this means that all the fish or all sea bass and sea bream that come into Portugal are bred outside, and most of them are transported either by train, by truck, or by wellboats. So there is a significant risk of the spread of diseases, and obviously we think about Lactococcus nowadays, Aeromonas varroni, which are very present in the Mediterranean. So, or even norovirus, even though we don't have very, very good thermal. So the temperature of the water is not very good for norovirus in our farms. It also increases the cost of fish vaccination due to the transport of bigger fish. So we need to bring bigger fish into the farms for them to be vaccinated by IP injection, and this increases massively the cost of the transport and the cost of the juveniles. We also have one unknown syndrome in Madeira, in sea bream. This is causing myocarditis, hemopericardiums, and congestive syndrome. We have done a lot of work in terms of diagnostics for this. We have done histopathology, a lot of bacteriology, some PCRs. We have done a lot of sequencing, and we have not come up with anything at all. We don't know what's causing it so far, and it's causing mortalities up to 60%. It started on bigger fish around 400 grams, and nowadays we are seeing more outbreaks in fish below 150 grams. And other threats that are still present, so Photobacterium dempsella piscicida is still a big one, even though there are vaccination in place. The vaccine doesn't work very, very well. There are other parasitic diseases, mainly intestinal diseases in sea bream, that still target the fish. In flatfish, Aeromonas is still a big one. And also the low fish prices that bring low profit to the companies mean that there is a lack of economical resources for prevention. And this is also a threat to the aquaculture. And that's me. Thank you very much for your attention. I will begin to receive any questions you might have in the end of the session.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nuno. Indeed, I join you in almost all your analysis. You said that, or let's only repeat and discuss the challenges, which I cannot really separate the threats from the weakness sometimes for this SWOT. So you are talking about the transport of fish. Although some countries have their hatcheries, but they don't have the self-sufficient. So the Mediterranean is an intensive carrefour of this aquatic animal health, aquatic animal movement. So I would like to know the exact number of wellboats circulating in the Mediterranean, for example, for all of the countries. And here the real biosecurity gap will be there. So also we can talk about quarantine. So many things can be changed in the future. I hope so. So thank you, and we will go to our next colleague, who I'll present. So Mr. Andrea Fabrice, so the director of the API, of the Association of Italian Fish, and he is a vet. He represents the Italian aquaculture sector with the extensive experience in the governance, veterinary medical products, and European regulation discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Floor is yours.
Sorry again to see me again. I just and yes, before that is start the presentation, just to introduce some words are just introduced by Nadia and by Nuno. Some concepts. What I want to show you today is that something could be done for two specific aspects that we are talking now, it is vaccination, but before of all, the medicines availability, the veterinary medicines products availability. That is an old story. Okay, this is something that I was just talking to the two colleagues before me. What I want to focus on is that we need use medicines for a lot of things that are right in there, but we need to use them responsible because of the attention, the clear attention that is in these days about antimicrobial resistance. In many regulations, actually, antimicrobial resistance is not more only a problem in medicines regulations and whatever, but it's a problem of health, animal health law. In the animal health law, for the first time, antimicrobial resistance is something like a zoonosis. It's considered as like a zoonosis. So it's a very important issue that we have to care about. Regarding the VMP's availability, this is a road that we have conducted in EU between FEAP, the national associations, and other associations like the Federation of Veterinary Europe. And at the end of the story, we had a new regulatory framework regarding medicines, with also some implementing and delegated acts that are conducted or that are influenced by our actions. There are regulations on medicated feed. There are regulations on veterinary medicine products that are strictly closed, and Nuno talked about this before. But there are some implementing acts regarding some specific issue for aquaculture. For aquaculture, for example, there is a derogation under this regulation that is signed on the Oral Medication Act that calls that when a veterinary sees in a farm that is a specific issue, he can, under its responsibilities, take veterinary medicine and use in medicated feed to start treating the animals due to health of the fish, but also on welfare of fish. So we also join the two concepts on health and welfare. That we have a lot of open issues and challenges also beside this regulatory framework. We have still a lot of orphan drugs that we need, but we don't have in the market. We have problems in the prescription timing. You know, if you are in an island, you need to have a medicine. You need 7 days to have a medicated feed. It is enough to ensure the health of your fish, or it's better to leave a fish die. There are something that are also commercial issues that are related. Authorization on import. One of the principles that more important actually is the application of the cascade principle. If I have not in my member states a medicine for that fish, I can use a medicine in another member state or for a terrestrial animal. But this means that you need a more easy market, a common market for medicines. There are obviously discrepancies in the application between member states, so I can use this product and in Croatia no, or whatever. And this also the problem of the standardization of on-farm mixing allowed at EU level, but with different approaches in the different member states. So some member states allow this, some other with problems with cross-contamination or whatever, they say no, it is prohibited. I would like to answer to Nadia. I don't know your presentation, but I say, and there is a single molecule or a vaccine actually to be registered in EU costs from 1.8 to 2.6 million €. This means that, and sometimes the time is at least, if you are lucky, if a lucky man, 5 years or more. So the pharmaceutical companies often think that is not justifiable an investment, because you also have to be the authorization for each species. We don't have one only species, and for the different member states, central authorization, there are some complications. So this is one reason that we don't have medicines. What has been done before of these regulations or these means? there were a coalition born in 2015 when it was in the progress of a regulation where we make gap analysis, investigate barriers, and try to find new regulatory tools. This coalition was made by FEAP, FEE, IFA, that is a representative of the industry of pharmaceutical companies, and some researchers, and starts a process. Another process has started due to the law, and it was made by European Medicines Agency that also reached some issues by the production, by the research, and by the vets and whatever. And this make a scientific advice that was adopted in the May 2025, related a list of medicines that are needed in aquaculture and then can be used with the cascade principle. So can be used also if they are authorized only for terrestrial animals. They evaluate 359 substances, so it's not a joke. It's a very complex research work. From this point, and also as FEAP and the EAC, we produce a lot of recommendations on availability of veterinary medicines products. We have some actions that can be used. The better harmonization, better use of a cascade principle that need many clarification. Also in the different countries, we have defined this list of substances and stimulate the market below, but it is very costly. One other thing that is very important, as we want to reduce antimicrobial resistance or whatever, we have to exchange the good management practice between vets, between farmers, and between everything. So this is important to improve availability. Second point is vaccination strategies. Vaccines, for many reasons that we have listened in this half an hour, are a cornerstone for fishery management. Vaccines can improve very, very well the aquaculture sector. As you see, the commercial fish species targeted vaccines market, as Nadia said before, they are very, very, very low for if you want to see the two Mediterranean species, sea bass and sea bream, a little more for trout, and then salmon and tilapia now. For the Mediterranean part, probably also tilapia is important. Strategies, we are here as a technical activity. We are activity for, but we are different by livestock farming. When you have a poultry farm, when you have a swine farm, you have a building, you have as usual the same conditions, you have the same genetic, you put the same animals similarly, and you put what you need, and you make vaccination strategies that are common for more of all the farms, because are the same conditions as usual. We have completely different conditions, and what is very important that vaccinations have to be evaluated continually and customized completely in on-farm conditions. We can have different, I put here one of thousands of papers that can improve, they are written to improve vaccination. We can have different systems of vaccinations. We can have different vaccines. We can have different results in immunopotency, in practicality, in safety for the operators, stress induced to the animals. But what is important is know the disease, as for example, lactococcus you say before, where we are in the sea or in the trout, have completely different issues. In some cases, if you go to inaction vaccine, you have to also to connect the action of an injection that is intraperitoneally with anesthetic, because you cannot manipulate the fish, making stress, too much stress. So this is the concept I want to share with you. You have to construct the strategies on farm. It's not easy to go and say all the fish farmers have to do this. The last point that was also introduced by Nadia, the use of autologous vaccines. Our experience in Italy is that could be very helpful. Actually, the new regulation also make a clear definition what is an autologous vaccines for the EU countries. These are an integrated immunological veterinary product that are tailored, manufactured from pathogens that are isolated in a farm or in an area and can be used in epidemiological units that are similar to the one of where there is isolated the pathogens. So are very, very farm or area specific. Actually, there are a lot, I don't write it, but there are a lot of different applications. I see that Nuno said in Portugal, there is a company that produces vaccines, autologous vaccines. In Italy, only research institutions that are based on the state are are authorized to produce autologous vaccines. In other countries, the things changing. So it needs also the harmonization. But what I want to stress that there are problems. I know also for salmon in Norway, they have problems in the boundaries or in the area. How much is the area connected to the epidemiological unit? It is not easy also to define this. But what is very important, actually, across the Mediterranean, we have a lot of different pathogen dynamics due to the climate change. One, you cited Lactococcus is one of the most. So we see in Italy, we apply for the production of autologous vaccines, and we see that is one of the solutions or the solution to mitigate the impact of this disease. Another point is we are not in Norway, we are not a big market, so we have small markets. Many times we have complex co-infections. So with autologous vaccines, we can use vaccines that are constructed for more than one specific pathogen that happens in that area or in that farm. And also, again, related to the costs, they are a flexible tool. Why? Because they can be formulated for a specific farm, for a specific issue in small units. So the unitary cost could be more than the commercial vaccine, but it could be more effective if you think that you have to produce a small quantity and you don't need an authorization that needs 2 million euro and 5 years. So this is the point and the experience that we had with this vaccination strategy. Nothing is perfect, but something could help. So what I think is suggested that you have just talked, we need to share epidemiological data, best practices. We need to share also the data of efficient systems of control of disease. We need that also there is an acceleration in the development and the field application of new technologies to manipulate the fish. For example, the vaccination machines that have to be adapted to different situations on land, on the sea, small fishes, big fishes, whatever. So we need this harmonization. Harmonization also in the use and the possibility to use these different veterinary medicines in different countries. And at the end, also I completely agree with the necessity to expanding the training programs related also to good management practice, but also to the responsible use of pharmaceutical substances to reduce antimicrobial resistance, that it is one of our focus as farmers and as vets. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you, Mr. Andrea, for all these clarifications. Very interesting. What about the boosting platforms in cages? Yeah, that will be another challenge. So I will introduce our next speaker, who is our colleague. He's Mr. George Spiliopoulos, representing, sorry, for the HAPO and also the Kefalonia fisheries, and he will be contributing on his experience from the Greek aquaculture, sector, and in relation to production challenges and to aquatic animal health. The floor is yours, the expert.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Georgios Spilopoulos. I would like to thank all of you for this opportunity on this workshop. I hope it will be fruitful. It will be a short presentation concerning what diseases we have in Greece for the last years, some vaccination information, and some welfare implications in the Greek aquaculture domain. So the diseases that are of interest in Greece, of course, they are divided between bacterial, parasitic, and viral. The main issues are the bacterial diseases. We have, as everyone knows, and we discussed it before, we have photobacteriosis caused by Photobacterium dampsella subspecies Piscicida, which is of interest for sea bass, sea bream, and meager. We have lately, for the last 5 to 10 years, more infections of Vibrio larvae. Also, we have Tenacibaculum, several species, especially for sea bass. I have included in the list Vibrio anguillarum, which is an obsolete bacterium for Greece now because of the successful vaccinations. Still, we do have it as a list, but we don't see it anymore. Then we have emerging diseases. We have Aeromonas veroni, which we used to have it in the past in a very specific geographical area in Greece, but due to some early vaccinations and some management practices by changing the species produced, we managed to keep it low at the point. Unfortunately, last year we had a huge outbreak in the west of Greece. We had mortalities in large sea bass, and it's still considered a threat. This year, the situation was much better, but this year was also the first year of applying vaccines for Aeromonas. It seems to be much better than the previous years. Of course, there is a huge difference because of the temperature profile this year, which was closer to normal, while last year and the year before, we had heat waves, extreme heat waves, with temperature reaching up to 30 degrees. Then we have some threats, of course. Lactococcus gavriae is one of the most important. We've seen what happened in some Mediterranean countries. We don't have it yet in Greece, but since this is an open environment with Mediterranean being an open sea, we are very, very concerned about this. Also, we have as a threat Mycobacterium specifically for meager. We have some rare cases of it, but it doesn't seem to be a disease outbreak anywhere. As for parasitic diseases, the most important one is Sparicotyle chrysophi for sea bream, a disease that is causing a lot of mortalities if not treated, and also increase of FCR and the other issues. We have Cyanocotyle panseri, again, similar pathogen for meager. Again, if not treated, it will result in huge mortalities. And then we have Diplectanum sp for sea bass, several species, but not so important in terms of mortalities. Then we have some protozoans, Enteromyxon and Polysporoplasma, mainly for bream. These are not very affecting the Greek aquaculture industry, basically because they are pathogens for fry and they are not considered to be provoking mortalities. Finally, we have Lenanthropus croieri, a copepod parasite for sea bass. There is a treatment for this one, but whenever it happens, it's usually in an extended area in Greece where it can produce issues both in mortality, but mainly for commercial purposes when we cannot sell the fish as we should. Finally, we have viruses. VNN is still important in Greece, although for the last 10 years we didn't have any major outbreak. Nevertheless, in farm fish, sorry. Nevertheless, last year we had an outbreak in sea bass, not creating huge mortalities, but it was an issue with wild fish where we had a spread of VNN throughout the Mediterranean. Lymphocystitis virus is a relatively low impact virus in sea bream. And finally, one of the diseases, the pathogens of interest is iridovirus for red sea bream. Although we don't have it, it's still a disease that we are looking for because of this, of its challenges. As for vaccination, sea bass in Greece has been vaccinated since the 90s. Most of sea bass is still vaccinated against Vibrio anguillarum and Damsella, and Photobacterium damsella, but the last 5 to 10 years, more fish get immunized against other diseases like VNN, or a combination of different pathogens, like I will show you in the next picture. Most companies follow a full vaccination strategy, meaning they vaccinate at 2 grams with immersion, then at 5 grams with a booster immersion, either in the farm, either in the pre-growing unit. And then this is followed by an IP injection, which is considered to be safe for all fish. Sea bream is one of the species we do get some vaccination, but in general, most of this remains unvaccinated, at least from interperitoneal injection. But a lot of populations get immersed, especially before entering the farms during the summer, where we have natural outbreaks from Photobacterium damsella. And finally, migrants generally not vaccinated against the diseases we described. So as for vaccine types, for now we have 3 commercial vaccines, bivalent for Vibrio anguillarum and Photobacterium damsella. We have another 2 for VNN. Some of these can be combined in the same injection in order to get the immunity for all 3 pathogens. Then we have 4 at least experimental vaccines. One is for Vibrio anguillarum, Photobacterium VNN, another one for the same plus Harvey, another one for Vibrio, Pasteurella, Harvey, and Aeromonas veroni. And finally, due to several outbreaks of Harvey and the last one of Veroni, as we said before, we do have some autologous vaccines. It could be last year, at least 2 companies provided autogenous vaccines, but it is a market, a growing market. In a couple of months, we will have in Greece also a company licensed to create autogenous vaccines. So it will be much easier for us. Finally, there are some vaccines commercially available, but for trout, not for sea bass, for Lactococcus gavriae. And if by chance we get the disease in Greece, we'll probably start working with them as well as autogenous vaccines. So we all know that disease effects can implicate the welfare of the fish. So instead of besides mortality, which is the first metric, we have open wounds, we have increased FCR, there is an appetite loss for the fish, of course, suffering and pain of infected fish. We have the stress-induced issues because of the diseases. And then we have antibiotic treatments. Antibiotic treatments are an excellent tool, but it has to be taken under consideration, the antimicrobial resistance, the excess of use, the lack of approved veterinary medicines. Then we had some practical limitations connected mainly to climate change. We have seen that we have emerging diseases. For some of them, we have limited knowledge on how to overcome. We have old diseases like Photobacterium, which has potential and new outcome. And then we had what we've noticed the last at least 5 years, a combination of pathogens, a simultaneous infection from more than one pathogen. In 2023, it was just Photobacterium with Harvey. After the heat wave that we had in the summer, we had huge outbreaks affecting mainly the fry of the year. Last year, in 2024, sorry, that was in 2023. In 2024, we had again a huge infection with a combination of pathogens with Photobacterium Harvey and VNN. And this combination was affecting also large sea bass and some fewer population of sea bream. But it was a huge infection affecting fry, fish of 200 grams, fish up to 500 grams. Finally, there is an implication of diseases and climate change on the planning of vaccination. Plans becomes complicated and difficult to apply due to lack of personnel, but due to diseases also. It's becoming a vicious cycle when we have a disease, so we cannot vaccinate the fish against the disease, and then this fish grows, and then we have to vaccinate it when it's older, but at the same moment, the fish that were planned to be vaccinated at the same moment have to be vaccinated later on, so in a larger average weight, and thus that's creating issues of husbandry and welfare. Finally, we have the biosecurity risks. As we said, this is an open area throughout the Mediterranean. We are sharing the diseases with wellboats, with trucks, with movement of fish by the water itself and wild fish. And also a lot of environmental conditions concerning nets and our equipment could deteriorate due to increased temperature. I mean, we had issues with nets that were not cleaned because of the high temperatures. We couldn't go and clean the nets. Finally, some remarks. During the last 5 years, we had new pathogens emerging or old ones becoming difficult to be dealt with. Environmental challenges, as the heat waves I described before, have led to increased mortalities due to these pathogens and their combinations, with some cases with unpredictable effects. There is a difficulty on applying a vaccination plan due to the changes we described before, plus the pathogen's presence, and this is compromising the health and welfare of infected and healthy fish as well, due to AMR, etc. The use of antibiotics has been increased during the years of disease outbreaks, while there is a lack of approved vaccination product. You've seen before that we have plenty of products, but it seems that some pathogens are changing quicker than the vaccine research. So the moment we have the vaccine, it might be too late to use it and we need another one. So thank you for this. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing these thoughts, your experience. I think that they are confirming whatever challenges faced by intensively farmed species within the Mediterranean. I'm quite happy, between brackets, we cannot be happy with pathogens, but I saw that the initial list also represents, generated by the tag, represents maybe 80% of the pathogens that you have been dealing with throughout these 5 years, maybe. So it's a must that we need to deep more and more. So our next colleague who will take the floor is Mrs. Evgenia Gurziotto, who will represent today. I'm sorry about the names. Who will be representing HAPO and Galaxy D Marine Farm. So the floor is yours to share your experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So my short presentation refers to main pathogens in Greek aquaculture and challenges for the future. Sorry, I just, okay. So for the main pathogens in Greek aquaculture, actually my colleague George Piliopoulos just before made a complete presentation, so I don't want to repeat myself. I will only make 2-3 comments for you. I will say that Aeromonas veroni unfortunately didn't forget us, because we had the first appearance in 2008 in East Peloponnese. Yes, it's better like this. Okay. In Eastern Peloponnese and Aegean Sea. But then again, we had the reappearance in 2024. So at the moment we face it, we know it and we face it. And hopefully we will manage with the use of pathogenous vaccines, we will manage to disappear it once again. So here I want to make another comment about the combination of all the bacteria and all the pathogen agents. And we don't forget in every case that stress factors, higher temperatures, high fish density facilitate disease transmission. So bacteria, viruses, and parasites all together may act as a team, increase disease severity. Now, about the second part of this presentation, challenges for the future. First challenge, I would say increased disease pressure due to climate change. You will hear also a lot about climate change tomorrow. There is a session about this, session tomorrow. What I can say is that rising sea temperatures in the Mediterranean area can affect the physiology of fish and pathogens and can lead to an increase in existing diseases or emerge of new diseases, like our colleagues before said, aeromonosis and lactococcosis. Increased pathogen virulence and frequency and severity of disease outbreaks. This is something that we see especially in the case of photobacteriosis, result in the shift of the reproductive period of many fish species earlier in the year, and this affects reproductive capacity, affects fish immune resistance because of heat stress, and last, the introduction of alien fish species like Lagocephalus that we found more and more in Mediterranean area now constitutes a permanent threat to native species, transferring new pathogens and affecting biodiversity. So also we don't forget that the main entrance to Mediterranean Sea is through Suez Canal. Second challenge, limited vaccination options. Commercial vaccines exist for some diseases, but are still limited for many pathogens. That's why we turn to the option of autogenous and experimental vaccines. Research and regulatory approval seems to be time-consuming and costly. So that's why there is a need for expanded vaccine development and licensing. Third challenge, early detection and diagnostic monitoring. It's very essential to control disease before it spreads in order to gain time to intervene and limit losses. So routine health checks, collaboration with veterinarians and fish pathology experts seems to help to identify unusual trends early enough, especially in the cases of small farms where they don't have in-house fish pathology department. Real-time PCR is an extra tool, and very important, share findings and knowledge, all of us, more and more often. Fourth challenge, as also has been mentioned, antimicrobial resistance. The extensive use of antibiotics can lead to the development of resistant bacteria. Also, the very limited amount of authorized medicines for fish contributes to that. So there is a big need for alternative health tools like more and multivalent vaccines, like the use of probiotics, use of feed supplements, and reduced antibiotic reliance. Here, I have to also add that responsible antibiotic veterinary prescribing plays a very important role. So we don't have to forget that. Last but not least, operational and environmental pressures and biosecurity implementation. So there are also other non-disease challenges that indirectly affect pathogen risk. These include environmental degradation, higher stocking densities that can increase stress and transmission risk, movement of water, equipment, and fish. So big need for balanced growth with welfare, a combination, and effective biosecurity to prevent disease introduction and spread. Conclusion. Pathogens exist, and pathogens will still continue to coexist with our fish. So what we can do about it? Vaccination programs are essential. Also, my colleagues before said that. Expanded vaccines development and licensing is crucial. Regular health monitoring and early detection is essential. Maintaining optimal water quality and reducing stocking density. Biosecurity measures in land, in tanks, and also in fish farms. And research on resistant fish strains through selective breeding programs and novel therapeutics. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Evgenia. As you said, prevention and prevention and then prevention, it's better because we cannot avoid pathogens. And this is how we reach to link all of this to the welfare part with our colleague Leonidas Paraharisis. Hope it's correct. Who is affiliated to the GFCM Aquaculture Demonstration Center in Heraklion, and he will give us his expertise in the aquaculture production and the best practices. Please.
Thank you for the invitation in this workshop, very interesting workshop. I'm representing University of Crete as a partner of Aquaculture Development Center of GFCM located in Crete in partnership with HCMR. The presentation is about the other pillar today. After the health, we are going to discuss a little bit further about the welfare aspect of aquaculture industry. And the main objective of this presentation is to describe a little bit the process for capacity building on welfare, on animal welfare in aquaculture. So a welfare framework for farming aquatic organisms should set agreed long-term sustainability targets, as we are going to describe the characteristics of this framework. It must also make the activity risk aware by identifying, preventing, and managing welfare risks across the production cycle. To be effective, the framework needs to be workable, to have a workable administration, meaning to have clear roles, practical procedures, and enforceable requirements. And this way, it should improve policy coherence, aligning with welfare objectives with environmental, health, and trade policies in order to avoid any contradictions between the different policies. Finally, it must make the sector comparable at a regional level using shared principles and indicators so performance can be benchmarked consistently across the countries. So in order to achieve the common level playing field in the different countries. And what could be the principles to be met for a welfare framework? The framework, should be grounded in good governance with clear responsibilities, transparency, and effective enforcement. It must ensure social acceptability by reflecting societal expectations and demonstrating credible welfare outcomes. A prevention and precaution approach is also essential, anticipating welfare risks and acting early, even when evidence is incomplete. Finally, stakeholder participation should be built in engaging farmers, veterinarians, scientists, authorities, and civil society to improve practicality, legitimacy, and to achieve also continuous improvement. How is it possible to build the capacity for aquaculture activities for a welfare network framework at national level? First of all, we have to establish a national welfare governance framework in each aquaculture nation. And this will be possible by setting the legal and policy basis for aquatic animal welfare, by defining objectives and standards, and also agree on the oversight mechanisms. The competent authorities' roles have to be clear, clarity on who does and who prepares regulation, who implements the inspection and the enforcement, who provides guidance, and this way will be possible to ensure transparency, coordination, and reporting. Application at farm level translates national requirements into practical measures, operating procedures, staff training, record keeping, monitoring, and corrective actions tailored to species and production systems. Finally, welfare risk assessment and risk tolerance provide a structured way to identify hazards in handling, in stocking density, water quality, disease, to evaluate also the likelihood and impact and define acceptable thresholds, triggering this way preventive actions and escalation when risk exceeds the tolerance. A national framework should also standardize welfare indicators and definitions. These show farms and authorities measure welfare consistently using agreed terminology and harmonized metric across species and systems. A robust sampling design and assessment scheme then specifies what is assessed, how often, and by which methods, combining animal-based or resource-based or even management-based indicators to ensure reliable and comparable results. To deliver a credible assessment, countries must establish competency and training, setting qualification requirements, certification, and continuous professional development for inspectors, for veterinarians, and for farm staff. Finally, transparency and public reporting build trust by publishing methodologies, aggregated findings, and progress over time, while protecting sensitive farm data and clearly communicating corrective actions and improvements. The welfare is based on the 5 domains framework, as this is published also from World Health Organization and adopted by European Union also. And this is the 5 domains of interest is nutrition, that this way we can ensure that all farmed fish receive a diet of appropriate quality and quantity that supports their physiological needs, it's matched to species, life stage, and natural feeding behavior. Another domain is the physical environment that we provide to our fish, provide a species-appropriate, sufficiently complex environment that is not stressful for the animals, allowing fish to feel safe and to achieve rest and comfort. Apologies. About the domain of health, we have an extensive number of presentations so far. We have, as the colleagues before said, we have to implement proactive and health measures to prevent diseases and injuries. When problems occur, we have to ensure prompt diagnosis and treatments. Delivered as stress-free as possible, because also handling the fish is a stress factor. Behavioral interactions is the fourth domain. What we need is to provide space and conditions enabling for the animals to have a full range of natural behaviors, positive experiences, appropriate social contact, and opportunity to make their choices. And the last and the most difficult to define and describe domain is the mental and affective state of the fish. We have, for many researchers and scientists, it could be the sum of all the four different domains described so far, but also it could be another specific domain of interest. And what is about mental state is to safeguard the mental well-being by minimizing the negative states of the fish, by promoting positive states and through enrichment and opportunities for rewarding behaviors of the fish. It's very complicated, it's very difficult, but for many, if we achieve the four domains initially described, we can also make significant improvements also in the mental state of the fish. And now if we go down to the farm level and how this could be possibly applied by a fish farmer, applying a welfare system at farmer level is critical because it turns all these national requirements that we described before on daily practice. It starts with defining clear responsibilities and accountability at farm level by assigning welfare duties to management, to supervisors and staff, and ensuring that all relative decisions are documented. Prerequisites include appropriate infrastructure and equipment, species-appropriate husbandry practices, biosecurity, emergency plans, staff competence, and reliable record keeping. After that, after establishing the prerequisites, we can have by the farm the implementation of welfare risk identification by mapping hazards across the production cycle, hazards that they can occur during handling, transport, stocking density, water quality, nutrition, disease, and also slaughter. Based on these, it defines a welfare risk appetite also. This is also critical for the farmer. The level of what is risk appetite is the level of risk that we are not accept as farmers. And this has to be aligned also with legal standards and also best practices. Another step is to have a risk response planning. This means that we have to agree on preventive and corrective measures, responsibilities, and that has to be time specific, and also the escalation that triggers the next actions. Finally, we have to have a risk monitoring and control. This means that we have to use routine checks, welfare indicators, audits, and incident reviews to verify performance and to drive continuous improvement. In summary, we try to start to narrow down from national level or even international cooperation down to farm level and to describe what could be the components, the characteristics, and the principles of a welfare framework. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, implementing this welfare system will surely act as implementing proactive measures to prevent disease, that's for sure. I'm not a specialist of welfare, but I know a happy fish will be a healthy fish, that's for sure. Sorry? And happy people. Yeah, and that's the One Health. All right. Thank you. So I think that we have, I don't know how many minutes, but we can start some questions and discussion. Please, colleagues, please.
Diego Mendiola from the freshwater Spanish aquaculture sector through APROMAR. I have a brief argument to make. Well, everybody knows that from the industry perspective, any severe operational failure affecting public health or animal welfare may lead not only to the closure of a company, but also to significant damages to the reputation of an entire aquaculture sector. Companies will also face significant challenges in minimizing the use of antibiotics, given their implications for environmental sustainability, production costs, transparency, fruit traceability, and the impact to our public communication. But please, ground it in the best available scientific evidence. For all these reasons, I would like to make two levels of recommendations. One will go through the regulatory level, and it will be 3 points, no? Something like the first point is that each GFCM country develops specific regulatory frameworks on animal health, farm biosecurity, and animal welfare, together with an agile supply of veterinary medicines and validated tools to monitor antimicrobial resistance, as our colleagues from Italy mentioned before. Also, that each GFCM country has at least one animal health reference center, including a specialization in aquatic animals, well connected internationally to ensure effective information exchange and coordination of these matters between public authorities of neighboring countries with the aquaculture sector as well. And then the obviously public-private cooperation in aquatic animal health must be continuously promoted, integrating working groups across the Mediterranean bases. And the other level that I would like to recommend is at the technical level, at the fish farming level, because it's completely different. So we would like to recommend that companies but also knowledge centers along the aquaculture value chain contribute to the development of solutions related to new veterinary bait designs and therapies, as Nadia and Andrea mentioned before, focus on immunological and antimicrobiology, but also in lactococco. Lactococco is a concern. It's a big concern for all of us just right now. But also as well and on antibiotics alternatives, because the antibiotic has several alternatives to DPM. Also the early detection of pathogens or the diagnostic technologies based on sensing systems or artificial intelligence, improvements in genetic selection or advances in oral vaccination. The oral vaccination offers tremendous opportunities for the agilization of our activities, but also proven immunoprophylactic products. And the last one will be the research on environmental and zoonotic resistance and aquatic microbiomes that goes in the line of the One Health concept or approach of research. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You changed your mind. You find all your response. Okay. So I want to just to interfere, because it's a very important point that you highlighted about, especially in the second level, which is the reference labs for these diseases. Who's going to be the reference lab for this list of disease, for example? These are not WA diseases, so there's no reference lab for the moment.
Thank you. This is somehow linked with the morning session on governance, because we are basically 95% of the aquaculture farms are small and medium-sized enterprises. So we don't have a vet department in the farm. Most of us are family businesses. And if we do not make a foundation for developing this sector, like I was saying in the morning, to attract horizontal development, like vets, for example, we don't have any vet to ask for some treatment. So the question is, how can we develop veterinarians to look also towards aquaculture? Because nowadays for example, in Romania, but I think it's almost the same everywhere in Europe and in the world. All the vets are going to the pets because it's in the city, more money, clean. So it's in the city. It's not in the village, in the mud, in the rain, in the snow. Because
that's correct.
We are staying in the farm 365 days a year. It is not a business. At 4 o'clock, you are switching off the light and go home.
Yeah.
So how can we improve the presence of veterinarians specialized in aquaculture? Because like Andrea was saying, in chicken, in pork, in cattle, it's very simple, one species. We have several species. We have also polyculture, not only monoculture. So it is very challenging. As if I was young again, for me, it would be an opportunity because it's an empty space to develop. But it's too late for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know who want to answer, maybe some vets, but I don't know. What I know is that it should start from the vet schools, because I think that there is a dominance of terrestrial animal at the vet schools, and then fresh students will not see the valuable opportunity that they do have. And also another thing that we have done, for example, I can give the Tunisian example, is that we have a national law for zoosanitary surveillance. So it's and here you have to say who's doing what. And when you generate a national list for aquatic vets, then they will be more motivated, more specialized, and more focusing on the aquaculture, because they will be receiving building capacity and they will be making all the aquatic work. But this came after the publication of the law and not before. No. And I'm talking about the public sector. No. For the private, it's real opportunity. So that's why I'm telling it starts from the school. Yeah.
All right. I would like to make a contribution. Nikos Katribouzas from Bass and Bream industry. I saw one slide of you, Nadia, about the reduction of medicines as the vaccination goes up. This was from Norway. But they are not doing just that. They're doing much more. And I think we have to learn from them.
Yeah.
They're doing following, which I think is very important for prevention. They're doing year class separation. Their license system is based on biomass, not on geographical area, and they have several areas that they can exchange producing their license. And all these things are very important to take into account, speaking about Bass and Bream. They have implications in the way we are giving licenses in the Mediterranean today, which is much different. And we have practical experience applying some of these tools of following in year class separation that they work better than any vaccination or other strategy. Now, the other topic I want to discuss is about the practical vaccine implications and the challenges for vaccination. Some countries are vaccinating the fish in the hatchery because they cannot do it in the farm. And then, as you know, most of the vaccines, they don't work above 1 year.
Even 3 months sometimes.
So if your production time is more, you have a problem. You don't cover yourself. Then there is another factor. Lactococcus and Aeromonas are mainly affecting the fish the second summer. So you cannot vaccinate in the hatchery and wait for a protection against these, even if you vaccinate. So you have to vaccinate in the sea. And then you have to vaccinate late. But if you vaccinate late, then you lose the protection of the first summer against other diseases like Pastorella and Vibrio harvey and so on. So you cannot vaccinate twice because there is no manpower and it's too complicated to do. So what you need to do is you have to choose a lot of antigens in one dose. And you have to choose also the time. So this leads to some changes that we need to do in the way we license today the auto vaccines. The auto vaccines is the solution. But today you can auto vaccine only if you prove you have the pathogen, but then it's too late. I need it before. So my suggestion is that we have to give the authority to either to the local veterinarians of the government or even to private veterinarians to prescribe auto vaccines based on epidemiological study of the farm that they need to cover. Not like today, we have to go to the ministry to get a license. And also we have to define what means epidemiological unit.
Yeah.
It's not the farm, it's not the chicken farm, it's the area.
It's the zone, yeah. We don't have zoning. Yeah.
So if my neighbor has a problem, I can have the license to do vaccine. Last part is thinking about following. We cannot have farms 500 meters, one beside the other, and not control what they produce. If they do all of them bus, I can understand, but how you can apply following if your neighbor do what he wants? So there is a lot of things that we have to change, and we have to consult before we reach guidelines what the salmon people are doing, and where they failed, and where they succeed, and critically adapt our suggestions. Thank you.
For sure, thank you. And also, talking about zoning or epidemiological unit, also there's something that we don't need to forget is that everything will be applied in the same way on all the farms belonging to that epidemiological unit. So we need to accept that our zone is infected, although your farm is not infected. So this is a willingness that should come from the field. So yeah.
More questions or comment? Now is the time. Yes. Could you please?
Okay. Is there any research on RNA vaccines for fish?
I don't know if Andrea can, yes, but I don't know how far they tested it on a in vivo level. Please, Andrea.
Yes, there are different projects. There are different also wide range. There are for specific disease and so. But actually, yes, you know, there are for viruses in the sea for beta norovirus. There are also for the virus of VHS AHN. The problem is the not complete acceptability of deleted DNA or RNA vaccines. This could be a problem. But actually, I see that, yes, there is a research, but the most important problem in this moment is bacteria, as we see.
Yes, and on mRNA, on viral diseases, we made that trial. We were able to get also the license to use it on fish and also to have, in the same time, the chance to sell the fish. Because, you know, once you use the RNA, it was about the acceptance was quite limited, you know. We wanted to be sure not to carry on some research and then something that we cannot use. So we tried through the ministry and we got green light to use it. And it was working like sharp because, again, VHS and IHN in trout, they performed very well. But then when it was time to try to find someone to produce it, yeah, that's gone, okay? No numbers enough, very high prices, several euro per dose. So, you know, we were very happy till that point.
Yes, indeed, the scale-up will be the challenge. The GMP conditions So it's not the technology that is missing. We need to focus more on the timing of the vaccination, the platforms for boosting or not, and also the multivalent vaccines, which will be more benefic. Yeah.
I would like to add just one thing about the autologous vaccines. Yeah, about zoning, the areas where you can use it should be very, very different and assessed differently to region, to very big areas. Also because one issue there is that sometimes you have a disease, a pathogen that is not giving you a response. So you are vaccinating, but you're not getting the response. So having a broader area maybe can help to find the strain that gives you the immune response you need. Because we can produce, in some cases, many autologous vaccine we want, but they will be not affected.
Yeah, in fact.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alessio Bonaldo from the University of Bologna and in GFCM TAG Coordinator for Innovation and Technology. Erica will support me in chairing this session, but before that, I will say just a few words about the TAG on Innovation and Technology. First of all, I'm very, I would say, honored to be the coordinator of this TAG. Was a unique opportunity for professional and human growth. I learned a lot during these 3 years already. The TAG, given the broad range of topics about innovation and technology, of course, cannot work on specific activities, but is more a radar about of international and national projects that deal with topics of interest for GFCM and GFCM members. And is also a connection facilitator in terms of collaborations for new projects or new initiatives. With this approach, for example, GFCM organized some workshops, for example, one on restorative aquaculture in Rome. There was one on artificial intelligence and robotics in Turkey. There was one on climate change in Algeria. So this more or less is the approach. And the last comment, I'm very happy to be here with the FEAP and FEAP members. We work together. We have a long-term collaboration. I'm very happy to work with you in projects and Sylvia, of course, and also the FEAP members, because there are many companies here we work with in EU projects. Okay, I will start. Maybe you can add something for the slides that are about, okay, good. So, restorative aquaculture. This is the definition for restorative aquaculture. Like this. But I cannot see that. I have to change my glasses. I'm sorry. Getting old, I'm sorry. No. It's fine. No, okay. This is the definition. Restorative aquaculture refers to aquaculture activities that deliver direct and measurable ecological benefits while producing food and economic value. I would like to highlight the last part of the definition, producing food and economic value. Any kind of restorative aquaculture must be economically sustainable. Farms are not environmental organizations. They must make profit. And I also think that the most important impact of farms is to make profits, create new jobs in terms of social impact. So I think that this is the most important part. But also aquaculture, let's don't forget that is probably the most sustainable animal production sector with one of the lowest carbon footprint, one of the lowest water footprint, with one of the highest nitrogen utilization efficiency. So aquaculture is very sustainable, but is the only animal production sector with the production unit, the cage, which has no barriers between the production unit and the surrounding environment, because there is just a cage in between. So This is very important, and of course, it's very important to limit as much as possible the impact. Is an important and very ambitious shift from sustainability to restoration, because we are talking a lot, we talk a lot about sustainability, which aims to reduce as much as possible the impact. But this is a sort of new goal. I mean, we don't have to reduce as much as possible. We have to improve the ecosystem in terms of biodiversity, in terms of trophism, in terms of environmental protection. The aim is more or less the same, but of course the level of target is much higher. Okay. Some characteristics. I hope to be quite brief, just to introduce the topic. Some characteristics of aquaculture, of restorative aquaculture. The inputs must be very low, close to zero. We need specific organisms that are able to be restorative, and the benefits must be measurable. We must understand what kind of improvement to the environment we are determining with our aquaculture system. At the center of the restorative aquaculture, we have the low trophic organisms, mainly represented by bivalves and seaweeds, but we have also sea cucumbers and sea urchin and other organisms, low trophic. And they are central because they require no external feed. They can also sequester CO2. They support let's say the local biodiversity. But we are here with finfish farmers. Of course, finfish production is also the core of the system. So among these three different systems, I would say the most important one is the last one, the IMTA. We will talk about in the next presentations. We have also a, let's say, not a common system, polyculture of finfish, where mullet as a detridivorous can be considered as a low trophic organism. So maybe it's the only fish that can be included in the extractive species that can be used in this kind of system. This is the expected outcomes. The first ones are the ecological ones, quite easily to understand: improve water quality, improve biodiversity of the natural environment, nutrient removal, CO2 removal. But among the socio-economical outcomes, the most important one is the acceptance. The restorative aquaculture is able to increase the reputation of aquaculture. So it's very important also in terms of acceptability, reputation, and also willingness to pay and buy aquaculture fish products, because it has been demonstrated that if the system is more sustainable, consumers are more willing to pay and buy products. There are limitations. Some of them have been already mentioned in other presentations. I would highlight I would say the first and last. There is not a standard yet for restorative aquaculture in terms of species, system, density, calculations to measure the restorative potential. And the last one, regulation barriers. You talk a lot about regulation barriers, but for IMTA, for example, the barriers are probably impossible to be solved. You need different licenses to produce algae and fish together. In Croatia, for example, they told us that it's not allowed to have an MTA system and so on. This is the slide that introduced the slides of Erika. I just try to describe the system, but it is important also the location where the fish and these systems are operational. So Erika, if you want to say something about the allocated zone for restoration.
So thank you very much. Yes. Okay, so as I presented before, we have developed this concept within the tag about allocated zone for restoration. We would like to run restoration activities, restorative aquaculture. We should know where to run this kind of activities. So we developed this concept that is allocated zone for restoration refers to designated areas within aquatic ecosystem that have been identified and set aside for the purpose of restoring degraded habitats or enhancing ecosystem health in the concept of restoration of a system. These zones are strategically selected based on comprehensive assessment of ecological condition, because again, we are talking about restoration, historical species distribution. If we would like, for example, to restore Ostreadulis population, we need to be sure that Ostreadulis was already presented in that location. Otherwise it's not a restoration, of course. And the potential for successful restoration efforts. Sorry. So these AZR serve as focal points for targeted restoration activities, such as reintroduction of native species, habitat rehabilitation, and ecosystem enhancement initiative. You can see here a scheme that is about spatial planning. One is for ASA, and one is for allocated zone for restoration. So, for example, regenerative aquaculture is directly linked with ASA and ecosystem services improvement, while restorative aquaculture is more related with allocated zone for restoration. And at the end, species selection and ecological status improvement. Both have, of course, an environmental monitoring program. So we had a resolution again in 2025 on allocated zone for restoration in the Mediterranean and Black Sea. And by focusing efforts on clearly defined areas, these allocated areas, ensure that the restorative aquaculture delivers measurable ecological benefits while maintaining coherence with other marine and coastal uses, again, because it's within the framework of spatial planning, thereby enhancing the social acceptability of aquaculture, and I think that is the buzzword of today, and generating income and added values for local communities. So here you can see a lot of ecosystem services listed in the right part of the slide. This is a publication by the Nature Conservancies and related with the restorative aquaculture activities. Sorry.
Grazie.
Thank you.
To conclude, very quick examples of projects dealing with the restorative aquaculture. The first two ones are more on conservation aquaculture, because there are, probably Henrik will say more about that. The definition for restorative aquaculture is not so clear, but when we have endangered species produced just for restocking, is not restorative aquaculture, is conservation aquaculture, because there is no food produced, okay? So this project is on Pinna nobilis, restocking, and we have here the responsible of the project. This was on Posidonia. This is a very nice life project carried out in Italy called Remedia in the Taranto Gulf on bass and bream cages, where they also produce sponges, polychaetes, and mussels. This is another one on flat oyster, and we will hear about flat oyster production in this restorative aquaculture. This is probably the most important project dealing with IMTA until now, called Astral, just ended, where they tested IMTA system in 7 different case studies with different combinations of finfish and extractive fish. And this is, for example, in Ireland, with the salmon, lampfish, flat oyster, sea urchin, and seaweed all together, with quite very nice results that you can find on the internet site of the project. And to end is like a funny thing. I found this, I don't know if Matteo knows it. In Italy, there is a multi-trophic system with production of rice and fish together. So they put fish in the rice fields, and the rice milk has the picture of a fish on the box to add more value to this, to be more sustainable, more eco-friendly, because in this case it's the opposite. The fish eat the parasites of the rice, so the use of chemicals is reduced by the presence of the fish. So the benefit is in this case in the contrary way. Okay, to conclude, rather than making conclusions, I have here some questions that I will put on the screen at the end. Because until now, the audience make questions to the speakers, but I would prefer to hear what audience think about restorative aquaculture, because here there are many farmers. So the point is, if the, okay, but it's an easy question, if the restorative aquaculture is upscalable or not, if you believe that can be a system that can be used in an industrial aquaculture in the Mediterranean, according to your experience or your information or just your feeling. So that will be, after all the presentation, I think the matter of discussion we can talk about. Okay, thank you very much. Now again, with my glasses, I will try to no, but I have the list. So the first one is Marta Barcelos Roja. Marta represents APA, the Portuguese Aquaculture Associations, and brings expertise in bivalve production, sustainability, and ecosystem preservation and restoration.
Same problem. Okay, yes.
And the X is to change the slide.
Okay. Hi, first, hi to all. I will be brief. First, to think about the opportunity to be here talking about our clams. It's very nice that to have this opportunity. So I work in Cooperativa Formosa. We were founded in 1998. We have around 250 partners, all bivalve producers, and we are associated to APA since 2010. We are located in Faro, in Olhão, in Algarve, which is in the south of Portugal. Our producers do their production, the bivalve production, in Ria Formosa, which is there. You see that picture over there. So just to look a little bit to the structure of the production volume in aquaculture by species. If you look at this graphic, these are data from the last data, official data from Portugal entities. Clams were the first one in tons. So we produced 5,800 tons of clams. They were the first. It's the first species appearing in the three places. So there you have the mussels. The mussels are in offshore. They are not. They are produced in offshore. So let's just look now to the clams and the oysters. These two species are produced in Ria Formosa. So our types of aquaculture establishment, they represent 88.9% of the total of the establishments in Portugal. So we are there in that 88.9%. So this is Ria Formosa, and here you can see the little squares in orange, the ones that Isidro showed last in the morning. So these are the areas where we can produce bivalves. We have two species. The two main species are clams, Rhoditapus decusatus, and the oysters. I'm going to focus today on the clams. So how do we collect the seed? The seeds are coming from the wild, the natural banks. So there you can see Ria Formosa in the green, those red areas are the areas where the producers go and collect the seeds. And here you have some example of the seeds. So they take out of the wild to grow in the aquaculture areas. There you can see the sizes. The three first sizes are the considered seed for the producers. They start in the millimeters and end at 2.3 centimeters. So after that, it's considered product for the clients. I don't know if the video, can you touch the first video? So what they do, they use a rack. There you have the first video. Oh, it's not working well. It's the first, they use a rack to scratch the soil to make it fluffier. So when, after that, they put the seeds, it's this video, it's not working, but it's okay. Then they take the seed into this soil scratched by the rack. Normally, they wait for the beginning, just before they do this, just before the tide is coming, so the seeds can go under and not be eaten by predators. So how do they take out the clams? They use this knife. So we work at a natural park, so we cannot use any kind of machinery. They go there, they dig the terrain with this knife, take out the big ones, and left the small ones there growing. Okay. After that, they put them in a bag and go to the land. Normally, in the end, what they do is they use the rack again, they pass the terrain, and if they have wild seed, they put it again in the same place. So it's a continuous process. After that, the clams are coming to land. This is our depuration center. The zones in Rio Formosa are B, considering to the level of fecal matter. So we have to do a cycle of depuration to the bivalves before selling them to the public. So what I have to show you here is, and I want you to see, this is where they work. This is Rio Formosa. These guys over there, this guy, 3 guys are here. Okay. So, as you can see, this is really an example of a low impact production system. They work in the middle. These are pictures. These are my pictures. When I go there and look them working, I see, you can see a lot of marine life. You can see the birds, the storks, the flamingos. This is really working on a natural environment. So from what I want to conclude from this slide is that we are not a part, they are not a part of the system, they are the system. And in the morning, someone was saying, I think it was you, we are animals, and we are. So, about the ecosystem services of producing the clams. Clam aquaculture is recognized as one of the most sustainable, low impact and eco-friendly form of food production, often acting as a net carbon sink, placing clams on the list of the sustainable foods. Are they working? Wait. Okay. For me, this one is the most important ecosystem service in clam aquaculture. Here you see the group areas of aquaculture spacing where we produce the clams and also the oysters, as you can see there. The fact they are grouped results in an enhanced capacity for recruitment. And this recruitment is not only for the aquaculture places, but also to the wild. So it's a cycle. They are always recruiting and sending seeds to the wild. Looking at the carbon sequestration, I would like to enhance that, of course, clams sequester carbon dioxide in their shells during formation, but we have to take in account that making calcium carbonate also releases some CO2 back into the water, so it's not a straightforward benefit. But as you can see here, these are an example. These are not biologists. These are engineers that were working with us, building these blocks and also cement with in this case, were with oyster shells, but they can use it with all the bivalve shells. So this is a way of carbon sequestration. As filter feeders, clams remove nitrogen and pollutants from coastal waters, fighting eutrophication and enhancing water clarity. Water clarity is very important for helping the seagrass and algae grow. And those are strong carbon sinks. As you can see, these areas here in red are really neighbors to our area where we produce the clams. So in the case of the clams, we do not require artificial feed. So this reduces the environmental footprint associated with this type of farming. And especially for low intensity methods, we have really a low negative impact on the habitat usage. I would just wanted to say that as though as this is an example of a clearly of a low impact production system, we have the problems with the areas, with the licensing, with the environmental entities. So I have just to say that even though we work like this with a knife in the middle of the flamingos, and we restore the wild banks with our babies, clams, we are not allowed, we are having our licenses denied. So not everything is, so we are really on a stage, we don't know what to do more. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Marta. Let's go on with Enrique Gisbert, head of the aquaculture program of IRTA. And Enrique is affiliated here with the GFCM Mediterranean Aquaculture Demonstration Center in La Rapita, contributing technical expertise on restorative aquaculture approaches in the Mediterranean context.
Thank you, Alessio. Well, as you know, the GFCM has put restorative aquaculture at the center of its 2030 strategy. And the Mediterranean Restorative Aquaculture Demonstration Center is expected to be one pillar of this initiative. And why restorative aquaculture, you may wonder? Well, we know by heart how to produce fish and how to produce shellfish. And here our Greek colleagues are experts and good examples of how we can, using actual technology, we can improve the performance of our systems, we can improve the quality of our products, and also we can support sustainability of aquaculture. So what's next? Well, next is combining actual technologies of producing fish and shellfish with also some other tools that can improve the ecosystem, providing positive ecosystem services to the farming or the industry. This is what restorative aquaculture consists of. So when merging food security with health environment and also promoting the support of consumers regarding the aquaculture sector, we are promoting and we are developing restorative aquaculture. In the following slides, I'm going to present you our ADC, our Aquaculture Demonstration Center based on restorative aquaculture. What is it? Which activities we perform, and also where are we going to in the following years. So let's start by the beginning. We are in the Ebro Delta in the south of Catalonia, 2 hours drive from Barcelona. This is an area where there is a high production of shellfish. We produce approximately 3,500 tons of mussels per year, 500 tons of oysters, and just 7 tons of clams. Unfortunately, blue crab has impacted negatively very much on crab production. So this was one of the reasons we are installing the center here, because we are very close to the shellfish industry. In addition, the Ebro Delta has been recognized by UNESCO as a reserve of biosphere. So it means that all human activities have to coexist and respect the conservation of biodiversity of the environment. So it's a perfect example for testing, investigating, and deployment of a conservative or restoration aquaculture initiative. Okay, so you can see here an aerial view of our research facility that is from IRTA, but also is devoted to this restorative center, in which we have technicians and scientists working on micro and micro algae production. We also work on fish production, especially low trophic species when we are focusing on restorative aquaculture, and also on low impact aquaculture systems, like for example, multi-trophic systems, as Alessio was talking before, also aquaponics, or also, for example, the production in under bioflood conditions. All these facilities are dedicated for our project, but also for supporting this aquaculture demonstration center. And let me provide you some examples of what we are doing and the scope of our activities. Of course, if we are talking about restorative aquaculture, we are talking about farming shellfish and seaweed. And why? Because, as has been said before, these organisms are considered as restorative because they sequester carbon, they remove nutrients from the water, and also they create habitat for other species. That's also very relevant and sometimes not sufficiently appreciated. And one example of this activity is a pilot plan that we are running in collaboration with our local administration and the producers of shellfish of the area that is generating a shellfish hatchery for oyster for providing the sector with our local spat of Pacific oyster in order to avoid the dependence of importing these spats from third countries that, for example, France, also provides an spat more adapted to our climatic conditions. Have in mind that the sector imports oyster from the Atlantic, which is not adapted at all to the Mediterranean. This generates severe mortalities, the potential risk of invasive species, pathogens. So the better we can support our industry with local spat, the better for the industry. And at the end, the final objective of the initiative is that demonstrate to the sector that a hatchery managed by themselves is feasible technically and economically, and boost them to buy their own hatchery. IRTA doesn't want to produce a spat for the sector, just want to train the sector how to do it by themselves. And this transfer activity is very, very important, and this is completely alienated with the objective of this Marine Restorative Aquaculture Demonstration Center. Another example in which we focus our current activities is in testing and developing integrated multitrophic systems. Okay? In this case, multitrophic systems are characterized because different trophic levels of species occupy different levels of the production system, in which the wastes from one species become resources from the others, and nutrient circularity is implemented there, and also this reduces the waste and the environmental impact. We have 3 types of species: the high trophic species, for example, fine fish or shrimp; low trophic species that feed on inorganic compounds, like, for example, macroalgae; and then low trophic species feeding on organic compounds, like filter feedings will be mussels or oysters, or deposit filters like sea cucumbers or polychaetes. In this case, we are running a pilot demonstration project funded by the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership, which is called Blue Boost, in which we are testing different setups of inland multitrophic systems. And why inland multitrophic systems in this area? Because our area is an area devoted to rice farming. And due to climate change and the rise of sea level, some of the rice fields that are in the coastal margins of the delta are losing their productivity due to water salinization. So we need to provide alternatives to these farmers to not abandon this business. So we are providing them solutions, changing their rice fields into these multitrophic aquaculture systems, in which we farm flathead gray mullet as a low trophic species in combination with ulva as an algae, and then in the water column we put oysters, and in the sediment we also put clams. This experimental setup allows us to take the social, the economic, and the environmental life cycle assessment of this particular activity. As has already mentioned by Alessio before, this restorative aquaculture has many challenges, but rather than seeing them as challenges or obstacles, I prefer to show them as opportunities, okay? So optimal spatial planning for this restorative aquaculture, especially when we think about multitrophic aquaculture systems, is critical. Then hydrodynamics determine the system's performance, the flow, the direction of the currents, their intensity, where we place our farm will be critical on the success. Then, however, these systems are quite sensitive to climate change, especially for seaweed and bivalves. It happens for example, in our place. In summer, mussel production has to be stopped in July because after then temperatures that are above 30 degrees kill all the production. And we cannot do anything else than moving our production to offshore. However, not all the farmers have the capacity or the budget to move their facilities offshore. So we have to adapt to this climate change. For example, marine toxic algal blooms. Also, it's a challenge of how we manage our production in terms of viable production when we are facing this high raise of temperatures. Also, these farming systems require a high investment that sometimes is not sufficiently demonstrated by the revenue obtained at the end of the production cycle. Some of the species that we are producing, for example, macroalgae, has a very low value, or even we don't know how to valorize them. So we have to find other species that provide this high economical value to support this high initial investment. One special issue, there's limited technical and husbandry knowledge on how to manage these facilities. We know how to farm fish, we know how to farm shellfish, but in an independent way. When we combine them, there is very few technical personnel that know how to do it. So we have to promote skilling and reskilling our professionals to be really confident, competent in this complex farming system. Okay. Of course, we cannot forget about that, and it was already mentioned this morning. There is a clear spatial competition with other aquaculture models and also coastal users, but we have to find a solution for combining them and find proper solutions for this multi-trophic system and restorative aquaculture. Okay, a very important issue. This restorative aquaculture may promote social license to operate, but it requires time and support to get this social acceptability, which at the end will improve the appreciation of the consumer towards aquaculture. Also, the socioeconomical value of this activity requires standardization by means of scientific evidence, as Alessio was already mentioning, and recognition. If we can get this information, we may find ways of promoting this activity in terms of investors, policymakers, or even consumers. Also, as already mentioned this morning, there are important legal gaps in regulation and licensing for multi-species farming that sometimes makes investors to escape from this type of activity due to the complexity of the farming system or the long periods of bureaucracy in getting the permits for activity. And also, and it's not the case for fish or shellfish, there is some financial uncertainty due to variable genes and low impact species that we are farming in this system. Okay? So we have to take into these issues. The Mediterranean Restorative Aquaculture Demonstration Center is focused also in solving part of them. Of course, we cannot tackle all of them, but this is in our scenario to work on that to support the GFCM and also to support the sector in promoting another type of aquaculture that is not an alternative, it's just a complement of what is being done so far. Okay, and sorry, marketing maturity is also a special issue that we want to tackle, especially for some species that we don't know how to valorize them and make business from them, but they are part on these multi-trophic systems that we are working in. Not only we focus on technical developments in testing new systems, but also a very important part of our activity in this Mediterranean Restorative Aquaculture Demonstration Center is the capacity training, the skilling and reskilling of technicians, of researchers, of people working in the industry on this restorative aquaculture. So our center is expected to be a hub of innovation and also of exchange of solutions and tailor-made solutions for regional scenarios. And for example, an example of this is a training course that we are organizing in this May in collaboration with the CGEAM and also the Spanish Cooperation of Spanish Agency of International Collaboration, in which we are going to tackle restorative aquaculture in terms of multi-trophic systems, recirculating aquaculture systems, and also aquaponics. This course is particularly targeted to people from countries like Algeria, Egypt, Jordan, Morocco, Mauritania, Palestine, and Syria, and Tunisia, which are oriented by the funding agency. Also, but this also we have an invited country which is also Mexico, that we are going to have in that meeting. And we expect to have around 40 professionals discussing during that days about these challenges of this low impact aquaculture. And the last but not the least, this year we have been commissioned by the GFCM to find and create a common definition for what we consider as restorative aquaculture, and providing and harmonizing the guidelines for deploying and developing. I'm sure that if I ask you, each of you, what is your definition of restorative aquaculture, we will get one different from each of you. So in order to boost, in order to develop this kind of aquaculture, we need to find a common definition that may be implemented in all the countries under the same guidelines, that there will be also variations in terms of the country, but at the end, we all will speak the same languages. Because as you can see in the image, we have several examples of restorative aquaculture, but they are not considered restorative. Some people mention them as regenerative aquaculture, but it's a completely different topic. And finally, all of these were just the tip of the iceberg that we are doing. We expect to do more in the following years. This work is going to be done under a co-creation scenario in which we will hear the needs from the stakeholders, from the industry, consumers, academia, and develop a joint plan. And also we count on you for supporting us and for sharing your ideas with us in how we can promote restorative aquaculture and be part also of your model business. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Enrique. Now, the next speaker is Alejandro Fernandez. Alejandro represents APROMAR, the Spanish Aquaculture Producer Association, and will share insights of IMRAS and sustainable production within the circular economy model.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Well, first of all, I would like to apologize because I am focusing more on inland marine agriculture because this is our areas of expertise and case studies. So what I bring to you today, I hope we will serve other type of agriculture systems because we have been able to put we have been able to put a system that was tested theoretically. Was tested theoretically, and then we put it into practice, and it's now economically and productive, viable. Okay. Although everybody knows, that agriculture is actually sustainable, we are not getting into the public, to the general public, that our systems, our production systems are sustainable. So we have to work on this communication to teach the general public that the production systems in agriculture are sustainable, although we are continuously working on making this sustainable system more and more sustainable all the time. Okay. I have to put our project into context because we are, let me read my notes because I think it would be better. Okay. It is important to know that the characteristics of our implementation because it's a well-controlled marine lagoon with over 8 kilometers of channels to allow the segmentation of areas, which helps us adapt them to different species. I will now show you a photograph at the end of the presentation so that you can get an idea. Okay. Well, as agriculture farms have increased their productivity and market share in the past decades, we have had to adapt our production systems to the availability of land, water, human resources, and environmental requirements in order to be competitive, cost-effective, and sustainable. We decided to implement a RAS system, which are highly recommended at FAO as sustainable, land-based farming method to intensify production while mitigating environmental impacts such as reduction of water usage, improving biosecurity, reducing the soil needs, or mitigating the impact of climate change on agriculture. But after implementing our RAS system, we found out that we generate nutrients that are not well, how would you say, that we produce them, but we don't get nothing from them. So we decided to implement an INTA system, which is a multi-trophic system, which can help us use those excess of nutrients in our production with other type of animal production or low species production to generate our circular model. Okay, so we are focused on sole on-growing fish. Okay, and the RAS system allows us to feed efficiently all our production. Why? Because we have a control over the amount of food we give to our fishes. Okay, we as a RAS system, the water is kept in circulated, so we use very little. The uses of water is much lower. Okay, so this helps us reduce the water footprint, reduction of soil resources, reduction of energy food. We are able, as we are producing our fish in a factory, we can actually have solar plant in the roof to provide us energy. So that also reduces the use of energy. Okay, ecosystems service allows us to maintain and enhance the ecosystems of the day. Okay, efficient use of land, natural park resources, maintain of fauna and flora. We are in a natural park. Okay, and although we have a factory, we actually have a farm there. We are allowed because our system provides all the requirements for the natural park. Okay. What is the INRA system? Well, at the beginning we decided, or we thought, well, we actually not thought, but we realized that the protein we give to our fish, only 30% of that protein is actually used by the fish to generate biomass. The rest is thrown throughout their body, okay, and is set to sanitized production with through solid. Okay, so we use the solid and we send it to waste, and then we place it to trash. Okay. Okay, this is going back. Okay, but what happens with the rest of the nutrients? Okay, the rest of the nutrients go to the natural ponds, and they're lost. We didn't reutilize those nutrients. Okay, so we had a loss of money there because there was energy and that was consumed but it was not used. Okay, and therefore this we decided to work on these two sides of production in order to implement more sustainable systems. Okay, this is basically the same picture. Okay, but instead of just putting the waste or the solids out for destruction, we have worked with different companies to utilize the bio waste and residual materials. We are using byproducts by compost and fertilizers, animal feed, and power generation. Also, when we come to think about INTA, what we have done is we have implemented an INTA system where we use polychaetes, bivalves, hydrophytes plants, and micro and macroalgae, and also intensive fish farming to make a better use of those effluents that are rich in nutrients, and that were lost, and we didn't have a use of it. Okay, so also this generates new employment for agriculture, biotechnical sector. Actually, we are now producing halophytes, and we have an agreement with a doctor that is making pills for patients that have problems with ictus. Conclusion: in our production system, we integrate, we integrate the IMT system in the RAS system to make it a more sustainable system. Okay, we started, as I said, after many years of dedication with administrations to convince us that the system was would work. In 2023, we had the approval, and we've been working in the past 3 years. And in 2027, we're now getting the results on how this system has been working. We have an area where we have, I don't know if I have the microphone there. I think it's gonna be. Okay. This is part of a huge natural area of around, in our concession, it's around 800, yes, it's 800 acres, but we only use 2 acres, okay, for production. The rest, we use it in an INTA system, okay, to reutilize those excess of nutrients, okay, so that all this area around here, okay, is not only restored, but it's used for alternative productions. We can actually dedicate different areas for different for different species. We have here now, for example, we're doing oysters here, we're doing polycats here, and we're doing we've changed because primarily we started with bivalves here, but then we switch here, and we are producing here the halophyte plants. Okay, but it also gives us the opportunity, with all this enrichment of the area, we also are able to provide natural reserve or bring up a sustainable and better natural reserve where we can use the increase of bird activity in the area. Okay. So that's basically our system. I wanted to show you that actually sustainability can be taken and put into production, and with economically a substantial alternative.
Okay, thank you, Alejandro. Now the next speaker is Sabina. Is Atto di RSA. Really? Is really the right pronunciation? Good. The title of the presentation is Pond Aquaculture, a Nature-Based Solution. Sabina represents Romfish, the Romanian Aquaculture Association, and is also a carp farmer in Romania. She brings practical experience in pond aquaculture as a nature-based solution, highlighting its role in freshwater ecosystem services and environmental sustainability.
Thank you. Oh, hello, everybody. Thank you again for allowing me to speak today. And I'm hoping that my on-hand experience of, well, my experiences, and more importantly, my family's experience, since I'm just the future generation, let's put it that way. So let's start a little bit with an introduction. All right, so I will do a little bit of a history lesson to say, and just reminding everybody that aquaculture wasn't necessarily a new invention or something that was quite more like discovered by people, because they needed to be in harmony with the nature and everything. Specifically, people simply by looking at the natural cycle discovered that aquaculture, what we call today, is something that comes naturally, and that polycultural aquaculture is something that brings a lot of benefits for both the production, but also to the nature itself. So it's only been since the last century that we've started seeing how aquaculture became a little bit of a problem to the environment when people started focusing more on the wanting to have more production rather than making sure that they're creating aquaculture that is goes hand in hand with the environment. Nowadays, when we talk to somebody who doesn't really know a lot about aquaculture, what they think of when we say aquaculture is more the cage aquaculture, the one it's with sea bass, the salmon, and people forget that aquaculture has quite a vast history, and how what we nowadays call restorative aquaculture is actually what was the original aquaculture back in the day. So I will read a little bit of the definition of restorative aquaculture just to make sure that we are on the same page. So it is occurring when commercial or substantial aquaculture provides direct ecological benefits to the environment with the potential to generate the positive environment outcomes. Now, give me a second. All right. So I'm going to talk a little bit about a bit of a macro level and talking specifically about like Central and Eastern European, which have had at the base, most of their aquaculture is traditional aquaculture, and they're based on carp polyculture. Specifically, they focus on carp, and they bring other species who are zooplankton herbivores to eat all of the plankton, all of the algae, and other biomass that remains in the ponds. Basically, what they're doing is pairing carp with a species or multiple species sometimes that can clean up the ponds and therefore have a more restorative aquaculture. This is the integrated multi-tropic aquaculture who uses the sixth principle of the aquaculture, who I put it there. I'm not gonna go through all of them because I think everybody's familiar. I'm just gonna have them as a little reference. And I'm gonna instead talk a little bit about how in Romania, these global principles find practical and historical precedence in the polyculture system that we use. Specifically in Romania, we have a pretty big tradition of polyculture with carp. And I'm gonna talk more specifically about our farms. So we have two farms in the northeast of Romania, one in Botoșani County, the other one in Iași County, which are basically just two neighboring counties. So I'm talking about two farms who basically have the same function in the same way. So I'll talk a little bit about the species that we cultivate. We of course have the common carp, which we feed with all natural fish feeder. We have, so it is with soy, with sun seed feeds, with cereal, grains, and so on. We have, and in this table, we have the other important species that we cultivate together with the carp, with the common carp. We have, of course, the silver carp, who is really important to us, especially in the summer, because it helps us not to have algae bloom. It in fact decreases by 90% and it increases the water quality. So the third most important species is the grass carp, who is very important for us because it allows us not to use chemicals in our ponds, but rather when we have an infectious species that takes over the ponds, we just let the grass carp do its natural course. We have the big head carp, who we see that a lot of people in our local communities, our customers prefer it thanks to the fact that it's quite more affordable. But more importantly, for us, we see that it eats plankton, but we also have to be careful because it's a little bit in a competition with carp when it comes to eating its food. We have the Prussian carp, who is in our farms between 3 to 5%, and locally is known as a delicacy. A lot of our customers want to eat the Prussian carp because it is quite a delicious fish. For us, pragmatically, we like it because it's a fish that's hungry. It will eat algae, it will eat larvae, it will eat we'll just eat it. Everything at the bottom of the pound is gonna be gone. We have the catfish, and catfish is an yes, thanks. Yes, thank you. Yes, all right. Fish is basically gonna eat all the fish that's too small for us, who's sick or both, and that represents 3 to 4% of our production. We have standard and pike, but we don't really grow that much. It is something that's quite insignificant. We cannot really quite comment how much it does actually, if it does any changes in our like ponds. However, and we also had a little bit of an experience in the last 5 years with the Polodion spatula. It was a fish that unfortunately could not resist in the drought, as in the last 3 years we had pretty bad results with it because the drought pretty much killed all our chances to actually grow it. It's a big potential. I'm gonna go next to everybody's favorite topic, specifically the challenges that we face. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about the fact that it's very important that we all focus on the environment, and we're trying with aquaculture, I think, to focus on the fact that it's more sustainable than a lot of other farming and aquaculture and agriculture and the classical farming. Also, I want to remind everybody that we also need to focus on both the economic and socio-economic issues that farmers are dealing with. One of my colleagues at the beginning of the day said that we need to think also about the people's welfare, the people who work in our farms. I think it's really important to remember that we need to pay them at the right price, and we need to keep them maintained. To maintain their employment. So that's part of their welfare. We have to think of the environment, but we also have to think of the humans that help us keep the environment. Also, we have to remember that a lot of aquaculture, especially the traditional one that's happening in Romania, is in open systems, and the environment has an effect on us as we have an effect on the environment. It's a push and pull situation. We have to know that ecosystem services provide that some type of aquaculture are still at quality, not quite at like quantitative level, they're more like qualitative level, and the quantitative level are still at the beginning. We have to remember that the regulatory framework is still not suited for everybody. I feel like there's a lot of aspects that are not tailored to each individual type of aquaculture, and it's a lot of regulations which doesn't apply to everybody. We also have to, I'm not gonna think it's a thing that's needed to remind, as a lot of my colleagues said, but we don't have the same financial support and aid that other types of farming have. And also, I think that's, and maybe I'm speaking just for Romanian farms, but maybe not, but a lot of farms have started slowly disappearing from the market because there's a lot of challenges. Of course, there's the environment, and we have climate change. We have a lot of economical situations that are happening, and it's quite hard to know exactly if it's just one thing or it's like a multiple thing. So I'm gonna do just 3 points to have a conclusion because it's been a long day. I think today as a whole day remind everybody that like if we want to have a restorative aquaculture, if you want to think of the environment, we have to do it together. It is a collective effort. Secondly, there's a lot of benefits to restorative aquaculture, economically, yes, and socially and environmentally, and we need the right regulations in order to make sure that these benefits are actually something that we can benefit from. And lastly, I'm gonna remind us the fact that like as aquaculture farmers and producers, we're a little bit in a minority as looking at the way that people consume food and the demographics. Younger generation don't seem to like consume local fish, which is an issue, or like not even fish that much. We are in a competition with a lot of other types of meat and other farmers, and we have to keep in mind that if we want to have a restorative aquaculture, we have to make sure that we have still aquaculture and the people who are gonna eat fish in the last place. Yeah, so I hope I didn't bore anyone with this presentation, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sabina. Now the last speaker of the session is Arnold Rakai. Maybe. The name of the presentation is Mediterranean Candidates for Restorative Aquaculture. Arnold Rakai from the University of Rome Tor Vergata is a GFCM expert contributing perspectives on Mediterranean candidate species and systems for restorative aquaculture. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Alessio. Good afternoon to everybody, and thank you to the organizer for inviting me. I work at the Laboratory of Experimental Ecology and Aquaculture, and the main topic of our research in the last years have become restorative aquaculture, or better, subsections of this restorative aquaculture. So multi-trophic and low-trophic aquaculture, mainly focused on marine invertebrates. So that is the topic I'm going to present to you. Okay. Okay. Here are some species which are very interesting for multi-trophic integration and restorative aquaculture. And of course, they are a very huge amount in the marine environments. But what I want to talk today, it's about the trophic groups. So I will present them in trophic groups. Why in trophic groups? Because when we think to a multi-trophic integrated way, we have to integrate the trophic groups, and that it's a community-like aquaculture. So what we are trying to mimicking here is exactly the way how the natural ecosystems act in nature, okay? So we are trying here to put together the primary species, in this case, for example, fish, but there are many others, and we are trying to integrate others. And one of the most interesting groups in this case are filter feeders. And we know that filter feeders aquaculture have developed a lot and it's still developing, and it's one of the most sustainable aquaculture. Has bivalve aquaculture has a lot of environmental advantages. They are all high economical species, at least the one which are produced. They do not need food input, as we already observed. They are all, they almost like the most reared, need low rearing costs to be reared, and they have low environmental impact, generalizing. They have also a lot of beneficial effects because they control the primary production, and we can improve the overall sustainability of aquaculture productivity, for example, in a gulf or in an enclosed area, by understanding how to integrate these different groups between them. So what we need to understand, it's how to manage them, how to put them. And they are also very well in carbon sequestration, not only because of the shells, but they also produce fishes and pseudofishes, which settle and become carbon sinks. And they also enhance biodiversity because the shells are substrate for other invertebrates. So that is very important. But they have also a lot of challenges. And one of the most important are that they are generally susceptible to the temperature increase. And they are facing that in many sub-regions of the Mediterranean, about the summer mortalities. They are also susceptible to disease. And now we are facing a lot of disease coming, for example, with ballast water from other sides of the world entering the system. And it can become a problem, every day a new problem for the system, for the productive system. We have also a problem with the usage of plastic stands, but a lot of research is going on. Of course, it's not sustainable in an economical way. It's still not sustainable, but it may become, so it's interesting to follow the research in that way. And they also may have some impacts if they are too much concentrated. If we concentrate too much biomass, of course, the production of fishes and pseudofishes can impact the substrate. But there are ways to solve that. Here, I'm going to present few outputs. The first one is on filter feeders, on the Interreg project financed from the Italian Ministry of Agriculture. And the aim of this project was exactly to simulate a community-like aquaculture. So integrating at experimental and pilot scale these different species together to understand what happened. It's exactly what research needs now. This is the Gulf of Gaeta in the central Tyrrhenian Sea. And this Gulf hosts one of the largest Italian fish productive farms. There are more than 90 cages in the area, but it hosts also 3 large productive systems of bivalves. In this case, we are talking about Mytilus galloprovincialis. And why we choose these systems is because we know very well this Gulf, how it works, hydrodynamism, how it enters. It's very regular. And also the substrates. So we have the deep generalized in the productive area around 22 meters. So we can follow very well the impact, okay? The waste, where it's going, and how to process it. So the first experiment was aimed to evaluate, so we talk always about filter feeders as extractive species, but there is a lot of discussion on that. And it's still needed to fully understand how they can be integrated and which are the advantages and when to put the filter feeders compared to the productive system. So what we did in this system was to place a control area, and then we put a productive area for oysters. In this case, we are talking about the European flat oyster. And at the same time, we developed the same experiment from 600 to 800 meters downstream the productive area. So we have an area very close to the finfish facility, and then another area 600 to 800 away, but downstream the water flux. We used 2 different sites of oysters. One was of 6 months, and the other was of 1 year and 6 months, or 1.5 years, to understand the growth in both these sizes. And what we ran was a parallel experiment. So we used lantern nets, and before running the experiment, we took pictures of all the shells for each level of the lantern nets to understand and to follow the size growth in terms of area of shell. And of course, we took also the wet weight of the shells. So we analyzed the data every 45 days, following what was happening, in this case, in Gaeta. And what we saw was interesting because we saw that the closest area to the finfish production was not the best performing area, even if we had a lot of particulate there, a lot of proteins, a lot of fishes and uneaten feed. But it was causing a bit of problems to the oysters. But what we see downstream is that the oysters were performing much better than in the control area. Why? And from this experiment, we understood that growth performances are higher in the distant side, and oysters benefit directly from the fish waste, indirectly from the fish waste. So not by using it, but by using the phytoplankton, which is being boosted by the waste production. So in this case, what came out, it's the strategic importance to understand how to arrange spatially these cultures, and how important is it to understand the water circulation and the dynamics to put all these production together. Actually, we ran this experiment also with mussels, and we had the same output, and the results were confirmed also by fatty acid analysis and stable isotopes analysis. So what we were seeing, it was phytoplankton growing on carbon and nitrogen coming out from the plant, being produced from the plant. The second group I'm going to introduce now, it's that of the deposit feeders. And when we see fish cage production activities, we have always to keep in mind that the largest amount of the impact, especially when we are not in deep waters, it's impacting the benthic compartment. So it is very important to think to that compartment and how to solve the problem of overload, in this case of fishes coming from fish, or pseudofishes coming from mussels. It's the same. So in this case, yes, in this case, we are talking about sea cucumbers. These are the most promising one. They have a very important ecological role because they can reach very high biomasses. Actually, they are generally the largest epimegabenthic animals in soft sediments, okay? And they can control and assimilate the organic matter and control also the microorganism growing inside the sediment. By doing this, they can they control the recycling of nutrients. So they have a key role in this kind of systems. And we decided to use them. Actually, we are using them from 10 years now. From the other point of view, of course, in aquaculture, we need economical sustainability. Economical sustainability perfectly fit with these organisms because they are very high valued. We are talking about sea cucumbers, which can reach prices up to 2,000 euro for dry kilo in the Eastern Asia. The sea cucumbers from the Mediterranean can reach up to 400, 500 kilos per dry kilo. And they have also this form which is very well fitting for the long transport. Okay, this has led to overexploitation of the Indo-Pacific area and has pushed to a new source, which nowadays it's becoming the Mediterranean. These are the 4 most promising species from the Mediterranean, and these are the species we tested in multi-trophic integrated aquaculture. We have developed protocols for their rearing for 3 of these 4. And in this case, we are able to reach juveniles in 4 months of that site. It's exactly what we need under the fish cages. What we did, it's to run this experiment with 4 species, in this case in cages, not because cages is the productive system, but we need for the experimental understanding contained system. So we ran it 4 species under mussels, 4 species tested under finfish, and 4 species under oysters. And here you can see the cages and how everything was run it. Every 3 months, we are taking them out, taking the biometric data, so the growth, the survivance, and putting them back to understand the full cycle. And this what came out only in the integration with fish. So these are data with in IMTA under the fish cages. We can see here Oloturia tubulosa, which has grown of more than 75% in only 3 months. Okay, we reach more than 100% of growth in 6 months of rearing. And what came from this experiment is that this kind of aquaculture is feasible. And the cycle, the productive cycle for Luturia tubulosa and Luturia mammata can be closed within 18 to 22 months. We need 12 months of rearing into the sea. That this kind of aquaculture is density dependent, and we have to care a lot about carrying capacity. They can improve the waste state and of course the mitigation, and they can diversify. Key message, it's that in this case we are talking about sea cucumbers. We may think to them as similar animals, but they are not at all. There are different species playing different roles, and everyone can fit a different system to be integrated. And the core research for restorative aquaculture for the benthic compartment, from my point of view, will be to fully understand how to integrate the right species with the right cultures and in the right conditions. So also in this field, spatial integration will be very important. This is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Arnold, and thank you to all the speakers for this session. The wrap-up is postponed to tomorrow morning. But if you want, we have time for just one or two questions or one, two answers to the questions that I put on the screen at the beginning. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll be quick. Comments. And I believe that critical comments are also free and welcome, right? Okay. So I'm not an expert on restorative aquaculture. I'm learning like most of us, but I do see that carp farming and environmental mitigation are a little bit different to what I understood until now of what is restorative aquaculture and what are ecosystem services. I would move them aside because, okay, they can happen in very specific places, but that's all. But I'm talking as FEAP, right? And okay, what we are seeing is that the European Commission, okay, and GFCM are financing and putting money into research projects like Astral, into financing research teams, even financing research centers. And then what is presented here are not spin-offs or companies working, but projects that might not be successful, because are they scalable? Okay, where are they going to take place, in the Mediterranean or in Europe? Where, how much space is available in Europe to replicate this? How viable economically is, and when? Because having measurable economic benefits or having economical value is not enough. You have to make more money than the costs. I mean, you have to provide, you have to be well beyond just providing these benefits, at least in our view. And then, but what's really difficult to gauge right now is, okay, is about social acceptance. It's been mentioned that this will help social acceptance of aquaculture. Our view is absolutely the opposite. It's going to play against social acceptance of the rest of aquaculture, because this is the golden standard against which the rest of aquaculture is being compared already today, even though we don't have working examples out there. So this is really key. So if this is going to be a complement, we won't be able to hold it that way. It will become like organic fish farming or shellfish farming, the golden standard. And we see that organic farming is not, in aquaculture, is working. So I would like this to be, but it's might not be. And really, for me today, it's very difficult to think that in the 21st century, people with rakes inclined on the ground is the future of the activity of workers. It will, I mean, I don't think it will be. Okay, in Galicia, it happens, but this is ultra-rich waters in which all they do is collect and put the mollusks, but without the rest. It's very difficult. I mean, where are the drones? Where is digitalization? Where is, I mean, okay, it's difficult to see that can happen beyond a certain group of people. So anyway, so we need economic models to see if this can work. And he finished just stating that, okay, all this happens in the natural environment. This means that you can prove a profitable or viable 1 year, but then you will have 2 really devastating years because of storms, because of predators, whatever. So it's extremely complex to see the viability of this right now. So I just say, let's be prudent, let's go slowly, because it can have unintended consequences. Anyway, that's the view. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Javier. Of course, there would be much more time to open a big discussion, but we don't have. So I would end the session with the comment of Javier, and just to think about that.
Sorry for the bad, no sweet taste at the end of my side. Sorry for that.